Okay, hello everybody. This is August the 26th, 2018. What we've got here is a model 630 New Holland baler. Okay, already started working on it. My camera battery was dead, so I had to wait a little bit. Anyway, it's hooked onto a 5030 New Holland Ford tractor. Anyway, the baler was bought new in 1992, so it's been 26 years. Really no major problems with the baler until now. I mean, it's broken a hydraulic hose, and I think on the back roller, that top roller here on the back, I had to put bearings in that, and that's been about it. So what happened, unfortunately, I was starting to cut hay this year, these sledge rollers, the bearings come out of it. So that's these dimpled rollers. There's two of them there, and basically, as you can see with this shaft here, I got the sprocket removed right now. I'm not sure if that shaft is ruined there, if I can get it out, build it up, but that's what happened, was the bearing come out of that. And then basically these two sprockets were well, this sprocket and the bottom sprocket, I think that's the pivot roll maybe, I'm not sure, all kinds of names for this, they were almost touching, so the baler, you know, the roller dropped down. So unfortunately on this crazy thing, you got to get this whole sledge top rollers out. So there's that smaller idler roller, this roller, and the next roller, well, the two, okay, take that back, the two top comes out as a section. So I'm going to have to lift this whole thing out. Once I get it all loosened up, I'm going to have to take some sheet metal off. Got to take, of course, the belts all off. Got to take the twine box off. Whole bunch of stuff to take apart. So I'll be trying to document that a little bit. And the way this thing comes apart, I've tried to look around, no real information on the web. So right now I was taking off the belts, so I'm taking the belts off one at a time, and I'm writing down what position they were in. I don't know if that's really needed, but I did it anyway. So what you do is you put the bolt in the door. As anybody that has one of these knows, you take the bolt and you raise up the gate and you stick this bolt in here, and that takes all the tension off of the belts. And then in my case, the belts, I had, over the years, I've repaired and replaced a couple of these belts, and I used these, picked up these little clips somewhere, I'm not sure where I got them at, but they've done a real good job, and they hold that little yeah, I'm not sure even what to call it right now, but that little pin in there, it's a little flexible pin, and that keeps that lacing together. And these little, they'll fall apart now. Here's like one of them on the ground here. It just goes inside, goes down in that lacing, and then it kind of, you crimp it on to your little spline. So anyway, I'm going to take each one of these belts off and get the belts apart, and then see what's next. I am using the factory manual. When I bought this baler, me and my dad, we bought the manual for it, so I do have the manual. It's not a great manual, but it's better than nothing. So we'll see what happens. Forgot to mention too, on these belts, the travel of them, as it's normally running, it's going down, okay? And then you can see when you cut your belts, you put an angle on them so if they happen to raise the corner or something, they'll have an angle to in the direction they're going, try to not catch things. The same thing with these little clips here. They go on the side, the front of it, okay? So you gotta, when you put it back together, you wanna make sure you get that tapered cut and those little clips back in the right position. So, and once you get the belts loose with that bolt in the door, you can just grab the belts both hands, pull down, and you can pull those belts around. Because right now I can't turn the baler because the baler, you know, I've got chains missing, gears missing, sprockets, so there's no way to turn it right now. So, just do it by hand. The belt's removed now. Like I say, rolled up, numbered the way they came off. And the next thing the book says to do is to remove the sheet metal guards, shields on both sides, and the box, the twine box. So I'll have to take and unbolt all that, take the side off. I'm not sure what it means over here to take the shields off, because it looks like you got to take the roll off to get to the shield. So I don't know what I'll get into. But once again, I'll start taking these parts off and see what happens. And then this top two rolls is supposed to lift out. I'll have to take the end loader and lift it up. If I had it in a garage, I could lift it up with a hoist. Get this side to come off, I'm gonna have to take the indicator off that shows the size of the bale. So it has a cable that connects onto this whole roller here that is on the spring. So this assembly here, as you can see, there's a couple bolts up here, this indicator assembly, that's the lock for the door, and then this is the up and down. So there's a pulley here and a pulley here. They're going to have to unbolt. And then this adjustment here, it's a stop, I guess, for the signal. Now I don't know how well this is going to show, but what happens is this spring here, it's hooked onto a spring, which the cable then runs up into that pulley, and it runs down. There's the indicator. It runs to another pulley, and then it runs all the way up to the top to that pulley, and then it gets hooked on to that lever arm up there that shows as it starts building the bale, that starts shortening the cable and making this indicator come up. So that's the way that it hooks up. And then there's a little electric switch in there. Like I say, that's for your alarm. So that just has a couple wires there, and you can just should be able to tell. It looks like I've made this. It's the lower adjustment. So anyway, gonna have to take all that apart to get this side to come off. Let's see. I guess that cable starts. Look at this again. No, okay, this cable here runs up to a pulley way up above, and then it goes to that indicator right there, and that's your door lock indicator. So that'll probably have to come off also. So I'm going to end up taking that cable off there, and it could probably hang on that assembly. So lots of stuff got to come apart to make this little side come off. Now, after I got those bolts out for the twine box, as you can see, this twine box, I can't hardly hold the camera and pull it out, but I'll let that twine box come out. Another thing I figured out too, like for this lock indicator here, really, if you just take the cable and remove it from here, okay, the pulleys, all that assembly, and this, you know, lock indicator, you don't really have to unhook that. And then up here, the indicator, I'm going to take the cable off of here, okay. Now I think I am going to have to remove the pulley here to get the cable through that assembly, to get it get it out of that that bracket that comes off the side. But down underneath the big long spring, that was the size indicator. It went down here and connected to right off of this bearing. So that can all just hang there. So the cabling, the switch, all that stuff can just stay intact. And then this whole side cover, yeah, bolt here, up through there, there are 5 or 6 bolts. And then take off this bolt here, that bolt there, and like I say, remove the pulley so the cable can fall through. And that should let this whole side assembly come off, and all that stuff will stay on as a unit. So that's good. So now I just need to take those bolts out and then get that twine box out of there. And then this lid here for the twine box, it's got to stay on there because it's welded. So it says to remove the twine box, so I don't think I can remove the whole thing. We'll see. Now here's the tractor, or the baler, sorry, with the side removed. So I got that side panel removed. The only thing I did is I took the switch and instead of unwired or anything, just took the little wing nuts off and the carriage bolts and just leaving that hang, so that should be okay. Now this whole hinge assembly, it stays on there. As you can see, it's welded, okay? So you're just going to raise that up, and now that lets you in there to those rollers. So next the book tells you to remove these bolts, remove this chain, okay? So now I'm not really sure how this is all going to lift out, but it appears that this thing's going to roll forward and slide up this groove, okay? Now on this other side, I didn't quite understand what the book meant, but it said to take the side off. Well, the side's a door, but what it ended up being is now this whole guard, this kind of the top of the box, is removed. So there's about 8 bolts in there, so he took that off. Once again, I'm going to have to take this chain off here, and somehow this assembly is going to slide forward. Then we're going to lift it out with the end loader and up that slide, because that whole sledge roll assembly has to be repaired as one piece. So anyway, going to try to unbolt this chain, the little limit chains they call them, and then I'll take off this big drive chain here and we'll see where we're at with that. Stay tuned. So for this drive chain, I was able to take, this is one of the adjustments in the book to keep that thing the right tension, so I was able to screw the nuts all the way to the far front, and that was a 3/4 inch wrenches. They were able to pretty much get them loose off that spring tension and screw them forward. That makes the chain loose. And then down here I found the master link. This is the original chain, so it's still painted red, and it's got 2 Carter keys in there. So I'll be taking that chain apart, and that'll be that main drive chain for this thing. And then, like I say, I still have these nuts here. Shouldn't be too much to loosen that chain assembly there. Remove those nuts. Already removed before. That's what I took apart early on in the field. So I removed these 4 bolts and brought that that bearing assembly out and took that sprocket off. And then, like I say, the shaft here is really wore, so I'm not sure about that shaft. Now on the other side of that roll, I finally got the taper lock off of it. It had this taper lock collar on it, and as you can see, I mean, I've never worked on this thing before. It has broke on that taper, and I had a heck of a time getting the collar off. Now, it's not a big deal. The parts are pretty cheap, but I know reading about these taper locks, they say if you get them too tight when you put them back on, it'll break pretty quick. So I don't know if that's what happened to this or not. So maybe it was broke for years, or maybe as the bearing on the other side went bad, it broke. But now the book says to pull out these 4 bolts here. And then it's really unclear how this whole baby's going to come apart. So I think there's going to be kind of a bracket that comes loose. I don't know if this roll here, really it has a shaft in it, so I don't think it can drop. So I think it's going to slide forward some, and then it's going to undo the bracket. It's going to let you lift up that whole assembly out, that taper, out that slot here. But I am not really sure. So hopefully I'll get somebody to hold the camera while I take this thing apart and figure it all out. But anyway, that's my next step after the chain and those little chains, is to take these bearings apart. Okay, on the right side of the baler, trying to get this bearing off, the you know, where the taper lock was, it's like it's pretty well fastened to that shaft, and that bearing's just not coming off. So somehow I'm going to have to beat it. Who knows, maybe I have to cut it off. Hopefully I don't damage the shaft. But like I say, you can see how this thing was, you know, where they get the set screw dimpled down onto it. It's really bad shape. So I'm not sure what I'm going to have to do to beat this thing apart. But normally you should have just had to remove these 4 bolts, outer bolts, and this whole assembly would have came right off that shaft. But that didn't work. So anyway, I got to figure out a way to beat it off, burn it off, get it off somehow. What I ended up finally getting this thing is I took my air hammer, and where this collar was broken, I took and just let it beat for a while. Another thing I did on the side of that shaft, I took sandpaper, emery cloth, and a file, and filed it down. So finally, I think I got a camera person now. I think I can get this bearing off. And so there, that should have come out in one easy step, which it never happens that way. So as you can see, that locking collar on that bearing was really busted up and stuff. And I don't think I did it removing it, but from what I've read about, it's real easy for these things to get broken. So then this kind of bearing flange comes apart, and really that should have popped right off there. You can see that the shaft has a lot of stuff beat up on it. So that's how that looks for now. Thank you. Over here on the drive side, the left side of this middle roll, I'm going to take these 3 bolts out here on both sides and remove that. And in it says that this assembly, this sledge assembly, these 3 bolts here, I have to push that one down. You take those out, and then this assembly should start to come out. Now, man, I don't see how it's going to happen, but I'm going to loosen them up and see what happens. You know, it's supposed to be this arm here comes off. This top roller and the follower roller should all come out. I'm not sure. Everything, got those bolts out, and it's still questionable how this thing comes out here. It must have a lot of play in that roll, because the way that bracket is, it doesn't go around that bearing. So what I've done, I've put my end loader up in the air. I'm going to try just old cable come along. I'm going to hook to this roller and try to lift it up out of there so get some weight off of it. I don't think it's really that heavy. Now these little stops right here, it says in the book, it doesn't mention taking those out, but it seems like it wants to hit that. So there's just a bolt on a nut on the inside and a bolt on the outside. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust those, or take them off, so I can move that around. So we'll see how it goes. My tractor hooked up. I got a little strap on that follower roll. And here again, what the problem's going to be, or what my biggest problem seems to be, as you can see on this pivot roll, there's a bracket down here, fits around that, it doesn't just slide out, it's not like it's slotted right. So somehow I've got to move that bearing around there to where it will slip out. It's that way on both sides. So if you come over here to the left side, also it's in there to where it doesn't want to slip around there. So I'm going to try to just take a little bit of weight off and then kind of tap on that, beat, ram, turn, pry, see what I get out. Right now I'm just going to take a little weight off and see what happens. So what I've done is taken the weight off of it. I've got this thing started up, going up that angle, tapered piece, and then I finally got the big screwdriver in here, and I just kind of pried around on this, and I think I finally got this side somewhat loose. It's really hard working the camera and trying to pry on anything, but you know, once again, trying to get this roll, that roll out of there. So I think I got it coming. So it's going to lift straight up out of there. The pivot roll itself will stay in there, but the stripper roll and the follower roll and that follower arm, you know, this whole big arm assembly will come out of there. At least that's what I'm hoping. So like I say, on the other side, I was able to pry this around. You gotta be careful, don't get your fingers caught in there. But see there. So anyway, I'm going to keep trying, and hopefully that'll drop out and I'll be able to lift the whole thing up. Finally, got this side out. I mean, I took a couple of pry bars, a little rolling wedge bar, and got that one out. So this will eventually drop down. Now if I get the other side, then that should be free. Like I say, that whole assembly, well heck, the other side looks free already. Kind of by accident it came out. So as you can see, I should be able to just kind of move it around a little bit and it should come loose now. So man, I don't know how that thing's ever going to go back together. Looks like a real pain. Maybe it'll go back together easier than it came apart. So anyway, there it's free. So that's the follower roll, and the stripper roll is coming apart from the pivot roll. The pivot roll will stay in position. There it is. It came out. Woohoo! It looked like maybe this one side here got bent a little bit. Maybe not, or very little. But really, overall, the thing, I mean, it looks really heavy, but I mean, it probably weighs 100 pounds, so it's not near as heavy as I thought it was going to be. So, anyway, now the pivot roll is still in here, and I'm not sure. It talks about the shaft coming out, but I don't know. That shaft's got those locks, cam locks on there, so I don't have to beat them off, or if this thing will slide out. I don't know what's going to happen. So anyway, I got to get that out. Then once I get that out, I've still got that bottom roller, which by the way, the book is kind of calling this stuff wrong. So that is the pivot roll. I'm not sure what the name of the roll below that is. Then I'm going to have to decide. I'm going to take these idler rollers, put new bearings in them. I think a few years ago I put bearings in these rollers here, and maybe this one here. So I'm not sure about this one though. I'm not sure if I did or not. So anyway, I better keep working, figure out how. But that didn't work out too bad, lifting out with that loader and getting this follower roll, stripper roll, and pivot arms out so I can work on them. So far, I would say I've got about 4.5 hours in this job so far, just getting this done. So it's a pretty good little job. I'm sure there's be people much better at it than me, but that's where I'm at so far. I'm not sure about this, but the pivot roll here, okay, the fixed part of the pivot roll, okay, get the bearing and everything off of there, and this slot here, I don't know if the shaft is supposed to come out or not. I haven't figured that out yet, but what I'm going to try to do is lift this up, put it in this slot, okay, and over on the other side, on the driven side, on the left side, pick this up, and what's going to happen is that end over on the right hand side is going to come out. It's going to be free, but then I've tried this. What it wants to do is hit the gearbox. So I don't know if I can manipulate it around and get it out or what. So, but basically I don't know if I can do this with one hand, but you know, I could kind of take a pry bar and lift it up there. Okay, that gets it out about that far. Okay, and then over on the other side, you take and you lift it back, and that almost gets you, well, it does get you clear out over here. Okay, so now I got the end of the shaft out, but when I go to lift it up, I can't get it past this gearbox. Now I think if the gearbox wasn't there, it would come out. Now I have to put the camera down. I can't film this, but somehow maybe I can manipulate it out of there. I don't know. Wish me luck. Pivot roll. So over on this pivot roll, you know, I'd get the bearing loose on those flanges. There's the other flange laying on the ground. I'm trying to get this bearing off of this shaft. But also I notice here that in this case, there's, I guess these are shims. I'm not 100% sure, but I just want to document this, that there's appears to be at least two shims. Okay, one's thicker than the other, and then I don't know, I can't tell if that is, it's almost like it's an O-ring, is this other one. So I can't get it out here a little more. Yeah, I don't think it's hard. It's not an O-ring, but it's, maybe it's part of the I don't know what it is, but it's a kind of a round spacer, and then these two spacers here, and then where's the bearing. Okay, so that's what was on this side. I'm going to try to sand down this shaft and see if I can't pull all that stuff off. So what I was able to do, I didn't realize this until I had to get inside the baler to do this, but I was able to lift this thing straight up like this, and then I can get that shaft in there. Okay, come out here and get the picture of this shaft. Okay, so there it is. And you come back over here, get the picture of this. I was able to get this shaft out up here. Okay, so then what I was able to do is lift it straight up, and that lets me get the roll out. Now this roll is not all that heavy, surprisingly. It probably weighs 40 pounds, 35. Anyway, that's how the roll came out. Thank goodness. So that's it for getting the roll out. I have the pivot roll out. Now the next roller down, I forget what it's called, it has a big drive sprocket on it. So I'm going to have to, number one, I found the master link on the chain. And that comes down and drives the pickup roller, whatever. So I'm going to have to take the chain off. I'm going to have to loosen that idler there, take the chain off, and then take the sprocket off. I'm probably have to heat that crazy thing up, but I would like to get, looks like this roller here is you know, going to be the same way. Now it looks like at least it drops down. I don't have to take, you know, it's not going to be hugely hard to get apart, I think. I'm not sure though. Anyway, that's the next roller to get out to get the bearings. Okay, so now I just happened to get out my owner's manual too. The repair manual I had for this thing, really it was calling these rolls wrong. It had like an extra roll in there. So really the repair manual is wrong. The operator manual actually shows properly. So one thing I've learned here reading the owner's manual is here this whole pivot roll arm assembly, okay, the dimpled roller that was in it, okay, this is called the pivot roll, okay, and then the little guy is the follower roll, and then this one that I just took out that was so hard to get to, they're calling it the fixed position roll. Okay, fixed position roll. And then below here, this roll that I'm trying to get out now, they're calling it the smooth roll. Okay, so the smooth roll gets driven. Okay, and that was what I just shown you there before. So now, luckily, I put my puller on here. Okay, it's this double sprocket hub, and it's actually pulling right off. So unbelievably, it looks like it's going to come off pretty easy. So that's great. And now the way it was bolted on too, it has a spacer in here. Okay, so that little spacer kept you from, you know, the hub doesn't go all the way back flush with the face of the shaft. So it's the thickness of that washer. So when I put all this back together, I need to make sure I get that washer goes inside the hub, and then the big washer, and then of course the bolt. So I just wanted to kind of throw out those proper names. So fixed roll, and then the smooth roll, then the fixed roll, then it was the pivot roll, and then the follower roll. And it looks like this is going to come off pretty easy. So that's good. Finally something goes right, but still got to get the other roll out. After getting the double sprocket off of the smooth roll, you know, my Woodruff key came out. Also remember the small sprocket goes on first. The big sprocket is outside. But then there's also a shim here, okay? Now this shim goes clear back against where the bearing is. So it would go right there. And then also I notice this appears to be one of those cam lock bearings, taper eccentric lock bearings, I believe. I'm going to get a wire brush and make sure. But it doesn't have the cam lock on it, okay? So it's just the bearing without the cam lock. So be sure not to try to stick the eccentric cam on there, all right? So you can kind of see it. I know it's kind of hard to see, but it does have the eccentric, so I believe it is. So do not put the cam on it. Smooth roll. Now that I've got the sprocket off, I'm going to have to take this bracket off, these 3 bolts right here, okay? And that bracket is the cutter for the twine, okay? So for this to be able to slip out this hole here, that bracket's going to have to come off. And then I'll take off these 3 bolts on that flange, and that should let that drop right down and fall onto, you know, the hay pickup. Let's go over here and look at the other side of the smooth roll, and it is just open, okay? So same thing, you know, as you can see, the position of the flange is up at the top, the flat. So now this I had taken off earlier, okay? So on this smooth roll, this does have the cam lock, eccentric cam lock that fits on there. So I had a kind of a hard time getting that off. So anyway, hopefully the shafts and stuff aren't messed up on this roll. I'm not sure. I guess it's just going to, when I loosen those bolts, it bolts up to this plate here. As you can see, you know, this roller turns, you know, this plate here stays stationary. The shaft turns and the roller turns, but the that shaft, or this plate here, I think is where these bolts are going to be, and there's going to be bolts inside this drilled into the sheet metal. I hope. We'll see. Removing that bracket, I've loosened a couple of these bolts, and just as I suspected, you know, you've got your flange, okay, and then you've got holes in the sheet metal, and then those holes line up with this whatever plate that's on the roll. Now you'll notice too here that this plate there has that bolt there, so you have to line it up so it, you know, stays smooth on the inside of the baler. So this bolt is out in the groove area, so there's only one of those bolts, so it kind of like keys it. So when we're going to put this thing back together, it's just going to have to fit up in the holes in the sheet metal. That's what's going to guide it back. So I should be able to loosen these up, and then that roll is going to want to drop down. So just got to be careful that I don't lose it. So anyway, that's how it appears. Same thing here. You've got the kind of this plate, and it's got its key there, that bolt, so it'll lay up flat. And like I say, it's got to be keyed lined up right, because inside here it's going to stay smooth, and as this thing rolls, you know, that plate stays stationary. Now on the other side it does not have the cam lock, but on this side the cam lock is there. I've just already removed it, trying to figure out how those things come off. On that smooth roll, what I did, I just took a couple of spud bars and laid in there under that smooth roll. When I pulled out that last bolt here, then that thing dropped down on my spud bar. So hopefully on the other side, same thing will happen. And when I take out that last bolt, you know, on this flange, then this bar, or this roll, is going to drop down on my spud bar, and then get it, I should be able to get it down laying on the hay pickup, and I'll be able to roll it out. You would think why this shaft is not coming loose. Okay, come around here, shoot inside of there. As you can see, I've got this thing, one side, the right side came over, and the right side came over, and it's down, and I can move it. But the other side is kind of stuck now. I'm not sure what's going on. So I'm just gonna have to jiggle jing and knock around, try to get that out. So that's it. Next, gonna take out the floor roll, and that's kind of the smooth roll with the little bars welded across it. So to do that, I'm gonna have to take this guard off here and remove that on the left side. Over on the right side, eventually be taking off these two bolts here, which will hold on the pickup, and then just take the flange and stuff off. So now it shows in the repair manual to take those bolts out of the pickup, and then take a floor jack, put under the pickup, and then roll it forward, and it should roll out fairly easy. So don't know if that's true or not, but we'll see. And of course you got to take these springs off. So those springs help when the roll pickup's down, helps pick up some of the load. So you can see there that is about just past my knuckle for the adjustment. So we'll start taking that apart. The guard off of the pickup. So there's an agricultural chain that drives the actual pickup tines. So I have to take that apart, and then there's this guard here that was part of the guard to keep the higher speed chain, the drive chain. So it'll be a couple, 3 bolts, and then underneath here, back in there, are the two bolts on each side that I believe the pickup will come off. So, and on the springs here, there's a spring hanging down. I just took and lifted it all the way up, and just lifted up on the springs, was able to unhook them. So anyway, take the agricultural chain off and see what happens here next. To get the pickup off, what I've done, I've taken a couple of floor jacks and I've jacked them up underneath the unit, and under here there's a hole. I don't know if you can see this. There's a couple of holes down in there, and I just stuck a 9/16 wrench in there and then letting that jack go against my jack, because there's no easy way to grab a hold of it. So I think that'll hold that up. And then over here on the other side, I just took a 1/2" wrench, and in that groove there where the bolts hold on the pickup, I just laid that in there to jam up against my hydraulic jack. And my hope is just to roll it out forward and then just put a concrete block under it and let it set. Okay, so that's the way. I've got it all loose here but one last bolt, and then I'll be rolling it out forward. Right now I got the wheel chalked. So like I say, took the springs off. This cable I'm just going to leave on there. It looks like it'll have enough room to go forward. So we'll see how this goes, but that should just let the whole thing come loose. At least that's what the book says. So it appears, I moved out the wheel chalk. It appears that it's rolling it right out like it should. So I'm already about 6-8 inches out. I'll try to hold on to the camera here, but I'm just kind of, you know, pushing it ahead. And whoops, I about lost that side. Better make an adjustment. The pickup has been removed from the baler, and that was really easy. 4 bolts and a chain, and that was about it. So now I'm going to take my jack and put under that floor roller, and then on each side here you can see where that was mounted on there. Kind of get a good picture of that the way it was. I'm going to have to take off this sprocket on the other side. And I think, yeah, this one here moves, so it's kind of, I guess, self-aligning. So, but that, according to the book, it should drop right off if I can get the sprocket off. So hopefully it'll come off as nice as the other one came off, but don't know. Now, in taking off the sprocket, the bolt here, it came off, and it has 2 spacers on the inside here. So there's 2 spacers, the big washer, the little flat washer, and then the bolt. So remember to get both of those spacers back in there on the pickup drive belt. The big key on this floor roll, it had one big key and one small key. So the bigger diameter sprocket goes with the short hub back towards the bearing, and then the long hub sticking out, and then this guy here, the long hub met up with that long hub on that one, so they actually fit together like this. So that's the way it goes, and then your bolt and your spacers and everything. But the big thing is the long key goes in the back, and this short key, it was just kind of went into about the center right there. So remember that. So that's it. Now hopefully you'll be able to take, well, let's see these spacers. Might as well see what we got here now. Looks like there's 1, 2, 3 spacers, 3 big diameter spacers, and I guess that's it. And then the same thing, it's got one of those eccentric cam lock bearings, but they're not using the cam lock. It just has the bearing by itself. So we'll see how this roll comes down out of there. Hopefully it's just those 3 bolts. Put the floor jack under each side of it, 3 bolts on the other side. Hopefully it'll drop right down for the floor roll. Floor jacks underneath the floor roll. I've taken the nuts off over here. Now we got flat washers. And then we got this flange. Comes off. I don't think it's keyed. It can go any way. And then we got this all bracket that lines up to hold the pickup on. And then probably the next thing I'm going to have to do is going to have to take off this cam lock bearing on this side, and that'll loosen it down enough to where I can start taking apart, that it will loosen that flange up to where it'll come off, drop down out of the housing. Over on this side, same kind of thing. I've got the 3 bolts, that round flange, the bracket, and I'm sure inside there, well, but this, over on this side, I'm not going to have the cam lock bearing, so don't know how that'll come off of that shaft. Probably come off really hard. 3 bolts come off, and then maybe I had this documented pretty good, but you know, there's that bracket that slides around for the pickup, and then this flange here went on top of those flanges. But the main thing to notice here is, you know, the outside flange with the big kind of donut hole, if you will, and then there's the other bearing. Okay, so I'm gonna have to kind of knock that loose, hopefully get that baby to drop out of there. I'm assuming these studs are somehow bolted, welded in there, not sure, so we'll see here. The left side, drive side, I'm taking some emery cloth and cleaning up that shaft, you know, going back and forth with that, and it appears that this bearing maybe will slide off pretty easy. Now that shaft's still a little bit hot from where I had the torch on it, so it can even get a little smaller if I let it cool down a little bit more. But anyway, I'm hoping this bearing will come off of there pretty nice, at least opened up, and it dropped down. As always, it's not going to just come right out. There's also appears to be 2 shims back there maybe even something more. So I got to get that bearing out, then get this flange off, and then it will finally drop through. So on these guys, got to get it off, because that's the only way that's going to come through. So on the other side, same thing. I'm going to have to get that bearing, get that cam lock off, and then get the bearing off the shaft, and then take that last flange out, and that'll let it drop down. So by having all that paint and stuff on there, there's a pain in the butt. But we've had that before, haven't we? Also going to take out these idler rollers. So I'm going to call this the back roller. In the book it shows it as number 18. I'm just going to put on here waist high. Probably doesn't matter if you mix them up. Put it on here a couple places. Back roller, waist high. So I think I can just take out the 2 bolts that hold those in, and then just kind of bend around on some, pop it out of there. Back roll off, and I believe if I just take and hit this with a hammer, it'll pop out this side, and then I can take something to drive out the other side. So I'll see how this goes. What happens here, trying to beat on this, see if it pops apart. I think it's driving that out. Okay. So that drives that out. Now you can take this off, this rod out, and then you take another rod, put down in there, and then drive it the other end out. Let me go get a rod to drive in there. So now I've got a rod which is going to be long enough, and just a piece of pipe. Stick in there and drive the other end out. Kind of roll it to move the ends around. It's coming slowly, but so that on this side it appears to be stationary, welded in there. On this side, it has the whole end came off. Okay. So, looking at that, you know, this has a machined edge there, and then this rod here is keyed. It's going to go in here and lock in here. So that's the way those bearings come apart. And this bearing here doesn't look bad. It's a 6209, has a 6209 LU is the bearing number. I'm sure I can just drive this out, drive that bearing out. Now on the other side, I'll have to knock that bearing out. So, but at any rate, these rolls don't come apart too badly. I wanted to do one big one, get the number of the bearing, and then go from there. I can order the bearings, and I won't knock any more of them apart until I get the parts. With this one here, like I said, I just have to put a puller in there, drive it from the other side, and knock it out. So when you get these fully apart, they both come out. They both have a place cut into them, bored into them. So this bearing, the way this fits up, you got the outer part, and if this will come apart for me right now, yeah. So this slides back into it. We'll knock the bearing out here, and then this hub goes into the inner race of the bearing. Anyway, you're going to drive this all the way in, take it all the way home. You know, it has a shoulder there that'll rest up against, and then you'll put this in. Now this one's keyed, and this rod, once you get that set in there, you'll put the rod through. I guess either end it can go. Looking at the other end, they both have the keyed in. Anyway, you put that shaft in, and then you'll do the other end. Now this end here, I have to knock that bearing out. It's a little tight, but it should come right out. And this inside, the clean side, of course, is going to go on the inside. And then this, you'll drive this in, and then this will go on back in the inner race. Put the roller inside the frame, and then have that rod inside, and then that's what the bolts will bolt to. So looking at the outside of this is the outside dirty side. This is the clean side. So this goes on the inside, and like I say, that will has the machined edge right here on this flanged end. That'll go up against the shoulder inside the roller. So get some. These are 6209 bearings, 6209 LU, and they cross over to a, I know it's Shoop. It's a 6209-RS2, I believe. There's all kinds of crossover numbers for these bearings. But anyway, that's how that roll comes apart. I think the little rolls come apart the same way. It's just they have smaller bearings. Next thing I'm going to do is the drive roller. As you can see, it's kind of really out of shape than from what it probably was new. At least I assume it should have been all square and nice. But anyway, on the drive side, you got the sprocket and a bolt that holds that on. Who knows, that sprocket will be a pain to get off. Then you got a 4-bolt flange there that holds that bearing. Now over on the other side of the drive roller, on the right hand side, you just have a single bolt that holds it in. So take that off. Might as well change out the bearings while I'm at it. For some reason, man, I just cannot get my puller on that sprocket up there on the drive roll. So I'm gonna have to wait a while on that, get some kind of other puller, or let it cool back down. I put my torch on it, and the puller just doesn't want to stick to that gear or that sprocket at all. So I think the next thing to do is to take the pivot roller and the pivot arm and take these two rollers out here. So this is the way that it's set in the baler. So this is the left side, the driven side. So it's got 2 bolts. I'm trying to remember what would have been bolted to that other side. I don't really remember. But at any rate, it's got 2 bolts in it now, and I'm not sure what was here. And I'll have to take the bolt out of this roll here. And then that also on this driven side has the locking eccentric collar on it. So that, now over here, same thing, it has the eccentric collar. Now it has all 3 of its bolts in there. Another thing to take note of this kind of a bolt plate here, the nut, the little screw, goes in the groove. Okay, so it's lined up, you know, because here again, it doesn't turn. It's what everything bolts up to. So that groove, or that head of that nut, has to go there. And it also has the locking collar on there. So I'll be taking that apart. So this is on the pivot arm assembly and the pivot roller. And other places the book calls it the middle roller. I mean, this thing has all kinds of names. But I'm not sure. There must have been something there. I don't remember what it was. But as this thing's laying down on the ground, it's got the bottom 2 bolts that go in it. The top one I leave out, or the one most forward, I leave out for a later time. I'm not sure where that bolt is. After getting this pivot arm and pivot roller out, I had this flange on here, so I tapped this one off. Now you got to get the bearing off and then put the other flange in. And I think the best way so far that I've found to do that is to clean this shaft up pretty good. Take emery cloth, sandpaper, coarse, shine it all up, hit it with a file, try to get it down as smooth as you can. But then that bearing still wants to hang up there. It's hard to get it. So then what I do is take my air hammer, air chisel, and just let it bang there for a little bit, and it pretty well loosens it up. So we'll try that and see what happens. See if it works this time. So I got the pivot roll assembly apart, and both of the bearings and everything are off. These shafts look real good on the actual pivot roll. Now on this middle or above roll, I forget what they call this one, this was my problem here. This is the one that really went bad on me. As you can see, that shaft is, it's wore down 3/16 of an inch. So I'm hoping I can take it somewhere, have them build it back up, turn it down, because it should be just like this shaft, full size. So next, here's the follower roll that's off of that pivot roll assembly. So what I'm going to try to do is, just like with the big roll, I'm going to take it and hit it and drive it out, hopefully, and see what size bearings is in it. So I think you can go from either side and just drive it it's coming out on this other side here. So it acts like it doesn't really move that much, but over here on the other side it is driving it out. So I'm just going to keep driving it. Don't have it enough yet. May have to get a bigger hammer. Oh man, I busted that thing. Oh no. Well, there's a roller. Oh gee whiz. I don't know if they sell that part or not. Well, that's my fault for not paying attention. They might sell that part. That little hub. So, well, that's my first, well, I better not say that. So, what I've done, it drove it out this end here. And so this is a little shield off of that bearing. And here's the hub end. So this has got kind of a dust shield, seal kind of thing. So I'm going to need to take and drive the other side out, and like I say, I'm going to have to order one of these because that one got busted. Dummy me did that. So let me get a piece of pipe that I can stick in there and drive out. So I've got a piece of pipe, about a 1-inch piece of pipe. Yeah, I guess it'll go. Thought it was going to be too big for a minute. So now I'm going to drive that end out. Okay, so there came out that's a huge bearing, NPC 108 RPC. Okay, and you can see where I busted that. So I'll have to get a new one of those. So now I got that end out. Now I need to drive the bearing out on the other end. So I'll put my piece of pipe in and kind of roll it around. And there goes the other bearing. So these bearings were actually those agricultural, those cam lock bearings, but they had they didn't have, of course, the cam lock on there. So I'll need to get a new one of these, plus there's like a dust shield there if I can't use that again. But that gets the one roll apart. Getting back to the drive roll, the sprocket. Okay, I got the sprocket off. It was terrible coming off hard the whole way, tons of heat. Man, they used the torch on it a lot. And a 3-jaw puller. Finally got it off, and you can see there's a shim, a little really thin shim that goes between the sprocket and it goes on the shaft first. So what I did on this flange here, I took and sanded the shaft down real good and cleaned it up, was able to put a pry bar and a screwdriver in back behind there. So I got it to pop off. So it looks like it's going to come off. And over on the other side there's one bolt and I'm assuming I'm gonna have to lift it up on that end and then pull it out, so it'll lift up on the right side and then pull out the right side and come out. The left will come out through its hole. So anyway, and this has that, you know, another one of those eccentric cam bearings on it, but they're not using the cam lock for it. It's just the bearing, so whatever number bearing that is. So I'll see how it goes, but it should pop right off, and then I'll be able to do the other side. And here again, the other side is just a single bolt. So in behind that flange, there's two shims, kind of a smaller, thinner shim, and a really bigger. It's kind of even tapered shim, but I don't think it's just matters. But it goes into that. So two shims. I'll put that there with the flange, kind of lay them in order. So they go on behind, back where the bearing is. So now that frees this up, I'll be able to pull that out the other side. So what I need to do is come around here, take out that big bolt, and then that should let that shaft pick up on the right side, and I'll be able to pull it out. Not sure how heavy that thing will be with all that rubber on it. Now that roller coming out, kind of heavier than what I planned, so I put a strap on it, and then when you pick up on it and then you bring it out to the front, it wants to clear. So I think it's about ready to come out. Now there's some kind of a flange here on the back side of it too, where those bolts go into. So I have to keep track of that. It's going to hit the ground. So anyway, I'm going to try to get it out of there with that strap, get it down on the ground. So, but it's if you had two pretty good sized guys, but it's so high up in the air, you'd need a couple of ladders too, step ladders. It could be done, but it's just a little heavier and awkward, so hopefully the tractor will be a better way. Rubberized drive roll out. Okay, on the one side it has a bearing mount, flange, and a bearing, no big deal. Now on this side it has the bearings like the other rollers. So the problem is, this one, that has a solid shaft in the other side, so this one just has that bearing stuck inside. You know, it has a bore in there, and this thing is driven into it. So what I'm going to try to use is some kind of a make something with an adapter, and then use a slide hammer to. So I'm hoping to be able to use my slide hammer and come up with something that will let me drive that thing out of there. So I'm hoping, you know, I can adapt something and then tap it out of there. Once I get that out, then I'll be able to put a new bearing in and then tap it back in. So first thing I'm going to do is give it a little shot of penetrating oil, kind of get it soaking a little bit, can't hurt. And then I'll take this thread here. I'm not sure what size that is. It's probably about 5/8. So I'm going to have something that will, this thread here is probably also 5/8, but it's a fine thread. I'll have to make some kind of an adapter, a plate or something to get on that thing. So I'll give it a try. Hopefully I'll come up with something. Okay, so what I'm going to do is try this slide hammer. I ended up drilling out one of the middle holes there to fit this metric bolt. It's not really 5/8, it's some other thread, close to 5/8. But we can quite fit into this. It's kind of a cheap puller set. So I just drilled it out to a 3/4 hole, and it seems like it's moving it a hair. Now it's going to take a while to beat this thing. So stay tuned, we'll see what happens. To my famous drive roller, okay, I because this one is a solid shaft on one end, there's no way to knock it through. So what I've come up with was the slide hammer, and it's actually working pretty good. I had to move it up here on the table and make it a little easier. Plus I have an assistant to help hold it. So there it's out now, probably a good 3/16 of an inch. So I'm hoping to hit it a few more times and this thing should break loose. So stay tuned. Luckily, the slide hammer trick did work, getting out that end flange, spindle, whatever you want to call it. And now on the bearing, okay, I'm just about to get the bearing out. So my lovely assistant has helped me. Hi, that's Melissa. Anyway, a few more hits and it'll come out. And then I'm ready to put it back in, but I need bearings. Update. So what I've been doing for the last, oh man, it's taken like 6-7 hours, but cleaning up all these shafts, taking them apart, cleaning the shafts off, getting the burrs, everything cleaned up, just washing them all off, getting them in good shape. The sprockets, try to pull those things off, they come hard, had to clean them up, file and polish the inside bores. But I've got the floor roll, the smooth roll, the stripper roll, and the drive roll, and the follower roll. That's the little guy. Now the follower roll, unfortunately, when I was beating it, I broke the corner off of the thing, which is this right down here, so that's a $60 mistake. So I got to order one of those online. But other than that, everything else is in pretty good shape. One thing I didn't realize is the bearing for the drive roll is it's a 4-bolt flanged self-aligning this bearing here that goes on the drive side of the drive roll, the rubber roll. You have to buy that whole flange, the bearing. You know, it's a self-aligning bearing in a big flange. There's no way to get that bearing out, so you got to buy the whole assembly. To the best of my knowledge, I'm going to have to buy that whole assembly, so that's like $70 by itself. So, and that bearing wasn't awful, but I mean, while I'm tearing her down, I might as well tear everything down. And just an example here, I got one on my bench. So what I'm doing, like on this roll here, this is just one of the idler rolls. You know, I'm sitting here and cleaning out this bore on the inside, and you know, taking my cup wheel and my side grinder, cleaning that all up. And then out here you've got this back, what they call a support, but like on the bearing surface there, where the bearing, the idea of the bearing goes, you know, I have to clean that all up. Here's the flange that goes on the inside, and there's its bearing. Okay, it's a 6209 LU. It's a straight OD bearing, and now it'll just slide back in there, bottom out, and then these supports, if you will go back in here. Between the two is this rod, and then your bolt, you know, it'll slide down inside the baler, and on the outside you'll just have this 10mm by 1.5 bolt that'll screw in and hold it together. So now, that's what I say, just cleanup takes hours just to drive these bearings out and get ready. And then here in a few days, or hopefully, I'll be ordering the parts, get the parts in, and then start putting her back together for good. So anyway, like I say, probably had about 8 hours tearing the thing apart, and then I'm probably going to have another 10 hours just cleaning up, figuring out what I need, getting in all good shape, and then it'll probably take another 6 or 7 hours to put the thing back together, maybe longer. So, just thought I'd give you an update. That's where I stand right now. To take apart one of the small idlers. I'm going to take one of those apart so I can know what bearings are in it. And it looks about the same size as a follower roll, but I'm not exactly sure. But one thing I wanted to point out about this, these rolls as I'm looking at them, like on this side, it's got approximately, now I should get a tape rule. 1 second here. On one side of this roll, I mean, it has about a 1/16 of an inch sticking out. Okay? Now on the other side, and this has not been touched, I just removed it off the tractor, or off the baler, it has about 3/16 of an inch, an eighth to, an eighth to 3/16 of an inch. So when it goes back together, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go, but you know, it doesn't have to be all the way flush. So before I was knocking that, like that follower roll, I was knocking it with a hammer, kind of a hand sledge. This time I'm just going to use this puller and slide hammer, and hopefully it'll come apart. So anyway, we'll see what happens here, but it should pop right out, I hope. Just a note too, when you're pulling this idler roll out with a slide hammer, remember to take the bolt out of the other side. The first one I did fine, the second one I forgot. I got it out. It goes out about 3/4 of an inch and then it stops. Then I unbolted it and slammed it so that threaded rod, but it come right out after I removed the bolt. So remember that. So now I have to use an internal puller to slide out that bearing that's in there, so one on each side. You use the slide hammer to get one side out. Then the other side, what you're going to have to do is take a long rod, like in this case it's a piece of 1-inch conduit or 1-inch pipe, whatever, and just going to drive it, hold it in there. Now that tube is about 46.5 inches long, so you're going to need just a little bit longer than that, but I'm going to hit on that end and it should easily pop out the other end. So give it a few taps, it should come out. It may bring the whole bearing and the end. My stuff. It'd be nice if I had a pipe vise that I could put that stuff on. Okay, it's almost out. Just trying to keep it from hitting or flying through. I don't want it to bust out of there and go across the floor and break that support, they call it. I think the bearing, it's driving, it's hitting below and bringing out the bearing too, which is okay. Okay, so there, it hit on the bottom and it drove the bearing out. Now I can easily drive that bearing out. So, same thing now for the other side, just roll it around and use this same piece of pipe to drive out that bearing. Just kind of roll it around, let it set on the bottom. But you're not going to hurt the bearing, because you're going to throw it away anyway. Slowly coming. Not quite like the inside puller, but I mean, here again, you're gonna be throwing out the bearing anyway, so it's not really hurting the bearing. And there's the other bearing. So it's fairly quick and easy. I was surprised at the in the book it says to repair these rolls that, you know, it takes less to charge about 1 hour time. So to remove it, knock the bearings out, put new bearings in. So that seems reasonable. I'm sure they'd want to charge you more than that. So next I'm going to take this back sign off here where it says New Holland. This piece of metal is about like 3/16 plate, and you can see here that it's wore down from the belts rubbing against it. So each one has certain ways that it wore, and some of them are double, like this guy's a little wore on both sides. So I'm just going to arc weld it, build it up, grind it back down. It's just these 4 bolts that comes off here. I got all the rolls out of this thing now except for the top roll, which I'd rebuilt a couple years ago. And this roll here, I'm not sure, but to get it out I have to open the door. And everything's apart on this thing right now. It probably would be fine to go ahead and hook up the hydraulics and open the door. I'm just going to wait as one of the last things I do. So I can see here too, here's some build up here. So, or not build up, but I'm going to have to build it up because it has gotten worn from the belts. This side over here is not bad, so it's just that side. Now, out here on the pivot arm, it has some real good wear. So right in here, I mean, that's probably almost, really at its deepest, probably a 1/4 inch. This side isn't near as bad. It does have a little bit of wear. So I was reading there too, somebody on some thread, some website, the guy let this get wore too much and it broke the arm. He had to buy this whole new assembly. So need to get that build up, ground down, so I won't have that problem. Then I think from there, the next thing to do, I got most of my bearings and everything. Had to order 2 parts from New Holland. Everything else I got from shoop.com. So much less expensive. So I think I'm almost wait a couple days for parts and then get back to putting her back together. So I hope it all goes. I'm sure the hardest part's going to be putting that pivot roll and that pivot arm back in there. That's going to be the hardest. So get to work on my weld job. I finally got in all my bearings and parts from Shoop company. So there's a lineup of bearings and stuff, and the chains. Hopefully these bearings will be good. They're made in China, but about everything is anymore. The chain is made in India, so I hope it all works out. I know I bought some Shoop bearings for this, a couple of the rolls that I rebuilt a couple years ago, and they seem to be fine. So the first thing I'm going to do is put together one of the small idlers. So after I got everything cleaned up, and as you can see inside, I got the bores all clean, and all these little flanges or little spindles here, you know, cleaned all those up, the old bearings, I just kind of assembled it this way so I wouldn't lose any parts. So what's going to have to happen is the new bearing will be just driven in here, and then once that goes in, you'll seat it all the way against that shoulder inside, and then these little end spindles will fit inside the ID of the bearing, and then you'll do one side, you'll stick the shaft in, do the other side, and whammy, that should be it. So that's what I'm going to do. So we'll get set up here. I wish there was a better way to film this stuff. I'm not very good at it, but bear with me. Main thing is hopefully it'll be better than nothing. So here I'm going to take and assemble this one. I think probably the best way to do it is to set it down. We'll put some anti-seize in the bore here. Of course, none of these things had anti-seize. I really don't understand why companies don't use it. I suppose it costs a few cents. I don't know. Maybe there's a real reason not to use anti-seize when they're building stuff. But I'm going to drive that bearing in. I'm just going to use a socket to drive it in. It'd be nice if I had a press or something, but this will have to work. So just get her looking pretty square, and driving in really harder than I expected. There you can pretty well hear it bottom out. Good and bottomed out. So might as well turn it over, do the other one before I stick the, once again, anti-seize. After I cleaned these bores out there the other day, especially on this inside one, I just took my side grinder with a cup wheel, a little wire brush wheel, stuck it down in that bore, turned it on, worked out just perfect. So anyway, do the other bearing. Start off with a bigger socket. It fits the OD better. We'll move to the smaller socket so it doesn't get caught in that bore. There you can hear it bottom out. Okay. So now I'm going to take and remove these little, doesn't really matter which side these go on. Like I say, I had that all nice and cleaned up, sanded up with emery cloth. And he sees that up real good. It should go right in there, which it does. And that ends up sticking up about 1/8 of an inch on there. Probably not even 1/8 of an inch, maybe a 16. Yeah, I'll do the other side. Well, this time I'll take and stick the rod in before. The way this thing is made, it's got here on the end, it's made to go into either one of these little flanges here to keep the rod from turning when you tighten it up. So you can go into either one. So I'm going to put it in this one. Probably have to go in. Get it to find a hole. Okay, so there, it found the hole. So it's sticking up there a little bit. My anti-seize the end of that. Really doesn't matter because it's a really loose fit. But I'll put some anti-seize on it anyway. Should wipe. This one's got a little dirt on the side. So, wipe that down. One of my anti-seize in the middle. Sticks out a little more than I thought it would. I don't know if that's... Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's on the... Okay, found that again. Now the bottom of that slipped clear down. It's smooth, so it's like the what was holding it out is the shaft is kind of long. So it must kind of just center up on itself. So I'm going to put the bolts in it. That'll keep it together. Just have to remember when I go to remove this that these things will come apart really easy. I have to keep my hand on it, keep it together. Okay. So that roll is put back together. So it's ready to be installed back in the baler, and the old bearings are toast. So these were USA bearings, so they did last 26 years, and they're still not bad. They didn't necessarily go bad, so I hope the China's ones last as long. at least on these rollers, it's fairly easy to get apart. So check back 26 years. It's going to do the big roller, the big idler, and what it does, it has kind of a different setup. You know, it still has the bore. Okay, so if Annie sees that bore, it has these little spindles, if you will. But its bearing, since it was such a big diameter, it has this kind of a little flange there, and then the bearing is going to go inside of it. So what I'm going to try to do here, I'm not 100% sure, but I've lubricated, Annie sees the flange. I'm going to drive this bearing in, and then I've got a piece of all 4-inch, like Schedule 10, and I'm hoping to be able to take that and put that flange in and then drive it down. So I'm hoping this all works. It may or may not, so we'll find out. I'm just going to put the one bearing in for now, in case, you know, maybe I should drive the flange in first and then put the bearing. Don't know exactly, but we'll try this. This seems like the better way. So I'm going to take and get the bearing driven in. So I think sometimes it's better to take a 5 piece of wood, get the thing started, and that pretty much almost drives it all the way home, but then I'm going to use a socket to drive it right up against the shoulder. I don't think it's going to go very far. Okay, so that has the bearing driven in. So next I want to take and I'm going to set this up and drive the flange into the roll, I hope. This one's a good bit heavier. Still not too bad, but I would say these things weigh, when they're all assembled, probably 80 pounds. You definitely need somebody to help you put them in. So, add a little more ACs just to make sure I got her good and lubed up. Put some on, there's a shoulder here where that thing has to seat up, just to make sure. If I ever have to take it apart again, hopefully it'll come apart easier, but these didn't come apart too bad. Okay, so I might be able to start that with a piece of wood also, because the bearing is below there. Yeah, so that started pretty good. Hope you can see that. Yeah. So that started pretty nicely. It looks like it's going to go real easy. So then I have this piece of 4-inch pipe. I'll make sure that that just hits the flange, not the bearing. Okay, I think it's pretty well driven in. see. Kind of peek down the bottom of it with a flashlight, see if I can see also. Nah, you can't tell. So, once again, I'll put the bearing in. These particular bearings are sealed bearings, like the ones that were in it before. You know, they come, sometimes they come shielded or shielded or sealed. But here they don't really need to be shielded from anything. So, start the bearing. Like I say, about one of the easiest ways is just with this 2x4. Say that not hurting hitting the inside race at all. Get the right size socket, drive that home. Okay. It all get washed away and get full of dust and not work out anyway. So, let's see, that should drive down in there around 1/2 inch clearance. So once again, this bearing is a little bit recessed, so that one's kind of going a little crooked, but I think it straightened up. They call it a support in the manual. I would say it's more kind of like a spindle. So that's going to go in there. That pretty much sticks out about 1/16 of an inch. So now I'm going to whip her around. Just make sure that that other one, I can't imagine that it moved, but hey, what the heck. Yep, that one's a little about the same. So the other, well, I got to drop the rod in it. Now one thing, don't know if it matters, but I have been taking just a little bit of WD-40 and spraying on that shaft just to maybe help keep it from getting like surface rust on it. I don't think it really going to do anything grand. Now, drop that into, I can get it centered. This one actually may be big enough that I can see with the flashlight down the hole. And you can, so that's good. So drop that puppy in there. Add a little more anti-seize. Get my other spindle. Odd with the, I don't think I fully, it would have been easier to have put the rod, the side of the shaft with the Let me get it out of here. Okay, there it went. Huh. Can't beat that. So it didn't want to catch. It had that, where it had the little roll pin in there to keep it from turning. It kind of missed the hole, so finally got it caught in there. So now I put the bolt in, kind of keep it together. Put the other bolt in the bottom. And there you have another roll. So that's one of the big rolls. So got another one of those to do, and then finally get to start on the bigger rolls, the hollow rolls. Basically the same assembly as all these other, as the idler rolls, the smaller one. Same diameter, but one thing about the follower roll, which that goes in with the stripper roll, it goes into the pivot arm. This follower roller is about 1.5 inches shorter than the standard idler roll. Another thing on the follower roll, instead of just having those standard bearings in it, they put a little bit heavier bearing in, and they put it, one of the locking collar. It's a, let's see, what was the number on that bearing? It's an NPC 108 RPC battery. So basically it's a locking collar eccentric bearing, which is a little bit heavier duty, but they didn't use the locking collar. It just sets, this is the setup here. The collar just goes inside the tube, doesn't get ended up doing anything. But it has a wider base of the bearing. Also, it has this dust shield on it. It has this sheet metal kind of shield here that goes over top of the bearing, and then it has an O-ring that fits down in there, and then that all goes back against this little spindle. And so we'll go ahead and put this together. So it's made a little bit heavier duty, and if you look at this used follower roll as compared to those other idler rolls, this follower roll seems to be beat up more. It must see a lot more action being a follower roll than it does an idler roll. So, I mean, it's not tore up real bad, but it's just, it has more dings and nicks and stuff than the idler roll. So, I went ahead, we'll take this same basic thing. Like I say, it is a locking collar bearing, but the collar goes down inside the tube, so it doesn't get ended, you don't do anything with the collar. And you know, the collar came with the bearing. It's kind of funny, on New Holland's website, you have to pay for the collar. They sell you the bearing and then sell you the collar. So typically, wherever you buy your bearings, they all come as a set. So I'm going to start that bearing in, and it's going to drive down, well, it goes a good ways. I think we should be able to feel it hit the bottom. So we'll start it with a block of wood, and then pick a socket that'll drive her home. Like I say, this bearing is a little bit heavier than the regular idler bearing. So for some reason they wanted a heavier bearing. Now what you've got is this little dust shield. So I'm going to put some anti-seize on it. It's probably not that necessary. The big thing is just Now this particular roll I had rebuilt on this baler about 2 years ago, and I didn't realize it. I wouldn't have taken this one apart. And where I screwed up, I should have noticed that it had anti-seize on the threads. When I was tearing things apart, I never even noticed. So I didn't really have to rebuild this, but after I got it apart, figured what the heck. So there's the dust shield, here's the O-ring. So that's all going to go in there. Like I say, that's just to kind of help keep dust out. And then here is the spindle. Now one thing, as I was putting this last large roll together, I got to thinking about, this is probably a better way to do these rods. So it's kind of hard to find, to get it down through the hole. So what I did on the last one, well, I guess this one, well, it'll help a little bit. I just took the rod, screwed it in here. Now this particular one, it has the little roll pin on each end. All the other ones, they just have a single roll pin on one end to keep it from turning. So I'm going to drop this down in here, and that makes it easier to hit the hole, if you will. So that gets that. One thing screwed up. I shouldn't have done that so fast, because I need to take this back out, because I still need to drive the bearing in on the bottom. I don't want to drive that in with that rod sticking. So I put the new bearing in. Like I say, the locking collar end goes inside because it has no function. Drive that home. Okay. Like I said, this bearing is like a little heavier made bearing than the standard bearing that was on the other one. Now I can drop in this. It's much easier to do it this way because I don't have to keep track. I don't have to try to line up that. So that drops right in, lines itself up. Now on the bottom here, I've got the dust hole, or a dust shield. I give that a good coat. Like I started to say there earlier, I had rebuilt this cylinder about 2 years ago, and of course the dust shields that were in there before were in there for 24 years, so they were completely, pretty well ate up. They had rusted. So whenever you do your follower roll, be sure to order this dust shield and this O-ring, because it does seem like there's a lot of this hay dust. Maybe that's part of the problem. This stuff, hay dust and stuff, gets inside these bearings and inside all these little spaces. That's what makes everything come apart so difficult. You wouldn't think that would be a big problem, but it seems like something happens there, because it's really, the things don't come apart very easy. And once you got it all cleaned up, going back together, so that lined up real good. That little all the little catch there on that rod. So I think I got my rod come out here on the other side some. Maybe it didn't line up so good. Yeah. So it pushed out the other side. So now it's lined up. The bolts are a little bit long, but that's okay. They've got the space and the washers that's got to go behind it. So anyway, that's the follower roll. So that does it for the follower roll. So I think that's all the small rolls. Everything left now is one of the big rolls. Okay, so building up these on this pivot arm, you can see there where the it's wore down, where from the belts. So what I've done, I've taken a piece of angle iron here and clamped it to help keep it straight. So I'm going to just put a couple beads of weld on there and then grind her down. And the top one is worse, so I'm going to I've already put one bead down, so I'm just going to put a bead down and wait a while, let it cool. I don't want to warp it. And then also on this back plate where the whole belts go, I've kind of built those up some, and then I'm going to grind them down and get those smoothed out. And I think that'll be it as far as building stuff up, I believe. Okay, here we are. This is starting back, putting it back together. So, first thing I'm going to do is the last thing, or almost the last thing I did, is put the floor roll back in. So, the floor roll's that big roll with the welded steel straps across it. So, I've taken the floor jacks, just like I got it down, I put it up. So I've raised it up with the help of another person, my good buddy Harold. Got it jacked up, pretty well in position. So I'm going to do this side here first. And so I believe, if I recall, one thing, this shaft had that kind of round spacer back there. It's almost like a, I don't know, kind of a rod bent around there. And it had two small, I don't know how thick they are, but they're probably about 1 millimeter thick washers. So there's two of those. And then this flange is going to go on. Okay. And then this also had the bracket. Remember from when we were taking it apart, this bracket here holds on there, and that's what the pickup assembly bolts to. Okay, so that's got to go on. So now the bearing has to go on, so I'm going to stop the camera. I'm going to put a bunch of anti-seize everywhere, and then I'll be back. Okay, so I put that flange in there. I put the bearing. I anti-seize the heck out of everything. Okay, so now what goes on next is the other flange. Okay, then like I say, I took this off to, I had to jack it up just a hair more to make sure that bearing got in the middle of those two flanges. Okay, then that had that plate on there like that. And then next are the washers and the nuts. So we'll put that on there, and we'll come back to putting on the, well, we'll start the other side. Before we put the sprockets and stuff on, we'll go over to the other side and get its flanges on. The other side, the flange is in. So this side here, I've just got the bare shaft and the bearing. It took a lot of fine tuning. I got these new bearings, and I never thought about it, but they didn't go on very good. I really had to sand and file on that shaft. The sprockets went on. So anyway, going to let me get the bushings and stuff out here, spacers, and then we'll get started again on this side. So I got it lined up. Now that particular side had nothing, you know, the lock ring, the eccentric lock collar is what's going to hold this on here. So I'm not going to tighten this collar up until I get the other side. So anyway, I put the one flange in. I got everything anti-seized up. Putting the other flange on. There we've got the bracket for the pickup. And there's the cover, okay? So going to put the nuts on. I'm just going to firm these up right now. I'm not going to tighten anything up for now. And main thing is I just want to get things kind of in place. So I'll tighten these up a little bit, firm them up, and this bracket just spins on there. And that should do it for this side. And like I say, the locking ring, you know, that's what's really going to hold this one onto that shaft. And I'm not going to put that on right now. I'm going to wait a little bit. So that almost finishes up, other than the sprocket and stuff, for the floor roll. So on the right side of the floor roll, I got the bolts tight. When you get those bolts tight, this little bracket should still turn around. Now over on the other side of the floor roll, originally it had three spacers, three little shims, okay? And when I put it all together, as I'm going to do here real quick, when I put that sprocket on and this sprocket on, the distance, you can't hardly see it here. I'm not sure what the distance is, but with that extra shim, that makes this thing kind of too much space. So I'm going to guess, and I'm going to leave one of those shims out. And you know, this had the two shims on the big washer, and then the bolt screws in, and I still got to put the Woodruff keys in there, or the keys, not the Woodruff keys. So at any rate, I think it made too much space. It was going to make it about 1/16 of an inch too much. So I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I'm going to guess that I'm taking out one of those shims, and I'm just going to put it together with one of them. So I'm going to go ahead and put the keys in, and then I'm going to put the sprockets on for the last time, and that should do it. Let's see, I think that shim, or that drive, I don't remember which one was the large key. But anyway, I'm going to put the key back in and then tighten her up. So I've got the sprockets on, everything's back together. Like I say, I took the one shim out, and everything seemed to tighten up pretty good. So I think I've got that side done. Now I got to come around here to the other side, and I got to put the locking collar on. Okay. So the way this thing spins is it spins up. It tries to roll the hay into the chamber, so it's going to be counterclockwise on this end. So I'm going to take the locking collar, I'm going to screw it around till it finally catches on that cam. Okay, then I'm going to tap it up on there in the direction of travel, of normal roll. Okay, and then from what I could read about these eccentric collars is you don't want to get them too tight or you'll break them. Okay, so now first thing we're going to do is put a bunch of anti-seize on this baby, because as you know, watching the first part of this video, these things come apart like terrible. So one thing that hurts them is when you lock that collar down, it really tears up your shaft a little bit to okay, so there my shaft is engaged, or my collar is engaged, So I'm gonna turn around here till I get my punch in. Okay. Try to set my camera up here. It's not too good a deal here. So I'm gonna take my punch and I'm gonna tighten it up just a little bit. That's the big thing. I'm not exactly sure how tight to tighten it, but I tightened it up firm, but not super tight, so I hope I did it right. So now I'll tighten up the lock nut. That thing's got a long way to go. It's got nylock on the nut, on the threads to keep it from backing out. Like I say, the bad thing about this locking it down on the shaft is it dimples your shaft, and then when you need to take it apart, it leaves a rough place on your shaft. You can't. So once again too, I'm not sure how tight to tighten this. I'm going to tighten it up pretty firm, but I'm not going to tighten it so tight that I bend my wrench or really mess up the shaft. So there it was. I tapped it, locked the collar in, direction of travel, locked down the set screw. All the bolts are tight. Like I say, this guy still turns. So I believe the floor roll is done. So stay tuned. Next roll is the smooth roll. Next roll up is the smooth roll. Okay. So this time, thanks to my buddy Harold, I'm thinking ahead here. My bearing, and actually this shaft is really kind of bad shape. I mean, I couldn't really see anywhere that it was really loose, but it definitely is loose. But I hope it tightens up with that eccentric collar. So it had to have been that way by the factory, unless my dad worked on it years ago and had a problem. Maybe that bearing went out and he changed it out. I do not know. Anyway, what's going to happen here is we're going to have to put this plate in, and then we're going to put the let's see, that plate goes in, the roll goes up, and then the bearing flange goes on, and it looks like, well, this bearing flange has to go straight up like that. Okay, and then the bearing's going to go in, and then the other flange. So, and to do all this, you're going to have to hold it up on both sides. Now, on this side, same kind of deal. Going to have to hold it up, put the roll in, hold the roll up, and then put the get the bolts through, at least one of them, through the sheet metal here into that plate. Also, this thing, it has, we'll be able to get to that, but it has two shims that were on it from the beginning. Another thing, this flat has to, or this plate here has to be, the nut has to be exposed. Okay, that just helps kind of, I was reading the manual, it says the only reason that nut is there is for alignment. Okay, and then this has got a double sprocket on there. So, like I say over here too, that on that plate, that little nut has to line up with this slot. So see this, Harold?
Yeah.
When we go there, see that nut? It has to go right there, or it won't fit.
Yep.
Okay? So, I'm not sure how we're going to get this up there and hold it, but we'll figure it out. Stay tuned. Okay, putting that smooth roll back in. I think the best bet was to take the tractor with the end loader and raise it up. So I just put a choker, big long strap on there, choker, and I pulled it up pretty much into position. So now I'm ready to put those, well, shoot. Yeah, we're gonna have to take it back down. We forgot the little plates. So we gotta drop it back down, put the plates in, and raise it back. So you see that, Harold?
Right. Okay.
Yeah, let me...
Well, at least we know what we're doing.
Well, we somewhat know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Here, one second. I'm going to see what Melissa said on her text. Needs to be in the freezer, she said. get these. I think we got to drop that back down and put them little plates on. Is your woman calling you yet?
Oh, you got those on? I didn't know it was going to be that easy. Can we just lift it up in there?
What? Come over here. Kind of just steady that. Yeah. This side on. Let's see. Annie sees. Do this side first. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to see the shaft up. Like I say, I got those two bushings that are in there. Don't be afraid of the anti-seize. Particular case, that flange has to go up like that for it to. Hey, let me. Well, that's okay. I don't think it's going to matter. Hey, bring me over that shaft or that little punch by your foot. Just leave it right there. Oh, shoot. It was lined up real good until you moved it.
Like that.
Well, but I'm going to have to move it over here to line my slide up first. Hang on. Okay, so we're going to put one flame. Take some weight off. Okay, weight's off. Now let me move it with the spud bar. Maybe we can get it a little finer. Well, you think that thing would line right up?
Well, I think his back plate has some, but it doesn't look like it from the paint. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, just don't.
Okay.
Don't be too.
Okay, I'm stopped.
Right there.
You line up better, or?
I don't know.
Like I said, I'm afraid that damn thing's gonna be too short or too. Let me see.
Hold this side of it just a little bit.
Hey, we're pretty loose.
No, this one. Out just a little bit and see if you can angle that in there.
Like you said, it's, I don't know what, I guess it's the sheet metal.
Yeah.
It needs to go back that way more.
But if you look at where it's painted and stuff, it's painted in the right spot. Seems like maybe if you can just hold this out a little bit, that bottom one there. There's nothing to pry on.
Yeah, it's like it needs to. No, but it's something like it's like it's locked. It won't go up there for some reason. I don't know why. Huh.
Can you get it going in at an angle? I had that pulled out a little bit.
Well, but the problem is, I mean, it's you know, it's a quarter of a hole off.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's a. I'm gonna try it right now. It's about the best I've seen it, but it still doesn't look good. Yeah. Air pull back out. I mean, it's. One thing, let me get a shallow socket to where we can drive. Let's see, 11/16. Let me get a socket that we can shoot it. Maybe we can zip it in there. Like I said, I'm afraid that thing's gonna be too long. As for the follower or the smooth roll, it did turn out. I had to cut that bolt off some. But as I was using the tractor there earlier, my memory card ran out of memory, so it died on me. So I had to cut about a 1/4 inch off of that bolt. So I've got that set up, and the smooth roll is rolling. Appears to roll pretty good. So that's a good thing. Now the one thing I haven't got done yet is over here on the shaft. I haven't put the sprocket on, so I don't know if I may just wait, do it in the morning and wait for the rain to quit. So anyway, I think I'm just going to shut down, put my tools up, and then tomorrow start again. So anyway, it was much easier putting the rolls back in. Another thing I got to do in the morning is roll this pickup back in. That may be the next thing to do after I finish up on the smooth roll. Put the idler rolls back in, and on my pivot roll, the one with the shaft messed up, I got it out at a machine shop. I don't know if it's going to get done soon or not, but anyway, I got to wait for that. I have to put back all this cutter assembly too. So back after several days of rain, it finally quit. Okay, so what I've got is I'm working on the smooth roll, and I went ahead and had everything tightened up. So now I'm going to put the locking collar on. And remember from our previous one, first thing I'm going to do is anti-seize the heck out of it. Now this shaft was, as you recall, it was kind of bad shape, kind of a loose fit anyway. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe maybe that bearing went out several years ago and I didn't know about it, and he replaced it. Maybe it took the shaft out some. So anyway, I'm going to put that, I can't explain why the shaft's a rough shape, but I think the collar is going to lock down on it, so it's going to be okay. So I'm going to put the collar on. I'm going to feel it lock onto that collar, onto that eccentric, okay, and then it's going to be turned in the direction of travel, which in this case is counterclockwise. All these rolls go counterclockwise. So I'm going to take my punch. I'm going to drive it, just tap it a little bit. And say some of the stuff I was reading about talks about how these this bearing's a little shorter. Let me get a little smaller. Let me get the right Allen wrench. But from what I was reading about these locking collars, it says to be sure that you don't over tighten them, because you can break the collar off on it, the eccentric of the actual, on the inner race of the bearing. So I got a little bit smaller Allen wrench. Got to tighten up this collar. Like I said, I hit it about 3 or 4 times to tighten up the eccentric collar. So that does it for that side. So that takes care of my bottom now roll, the floor roll, and the smooth roll. So now I'm going to move over on the other side. And here we can put in the sprocket. Okay, so I got that flange done there a couple days ago, and I'm going to test fit. Now in this case, the little sprocket, it's a double sprocket. It goes on the inside and it goes right up against the bearing. Like I say, that's a locking collar bearing, but they don't use the collar. They're just letting the sprocket go right up against. Let me find the Woodruff key. Okay, so now this shaft has a Woodruff key instead of a straight key like the other one. I'm going to turn it here. And once the heavy part is down, so I'm going to coat everything real good with. Now ready to put the washer on. And from the beginning, when I took it off, there's this internal washer they're using it as a spacer that fits in there, so that keeps you from, it's kind of a spacer in there not to kind of jam it all apart against the bearing. So that has that. Tighten her up here. After I get done, the manual says tighten it up to 38 foot-pounds. So that's a 10mm nut, and I'll do that a little later. I'll go back through and check all the torque. Okay, so that pretty much has that done. The next thing I need to do is to put the guard, or not the guard, the cutter back on. So I had to take I don't know if I said there appear to be no washers. It just has these flanged nuts on here. There were no flat washers on this assembly. Okay, just kind of get those snugged up pretty good, not really shooting to torque them. Okay, so that has the cutter assembly back on. I believe that should all be okay in there. I didn't have to loosen up anything else. And then the next thing I'm going to do, I should have probably already done it sooner, is that I need to roll the pickup assembly back up, and then these bolts here are going to bolt up to that bracket there. So what I'm going to need to do is get my jacks ready, jack that up. I may need help, I don't know, this may not work out too good. I'm just working by myself tonight, so I'll take my floor jacks and see if I can roll the thing backwards, but there's not a real good place to catch. So I'll get set up and we'll see what happens. Taking both of my floor jacks, and I use that little trick there with the wrench, putting that wrench kind of in that slot. Now that one's about ready to fall out, but I'm trying to raise it up or roll it backwards. I'm close. I gotta keep my hands out of there, but I'm getting close on the other side. So if I could get a bolt in, probably if I had a longer bolt, I could probably get set up. It's really close, but anyway, that's what I'm trying to do, is get that hooked up. So I'll let you know here shortly. So I was able to get that back pretty close. So I've got the 2 bolts in this side. I still don't have the other side done, but now I can take my other floor jack over there and kind of double support this thing and move it on back. So that worked out pretty good. So I'll get that bolted up, and then after that, then I've got to hang the springs and then hook the chain back up for adjusting the depth of the pickup. So anyway, let me get some more bolts in here, and I'll move this side over here and try to get it hooked up. Need to get that back about 1.5 inches, 1.25 inches. Main thing on this job is don't get your hands caught in anywhere. Don't want to get hurt. So I'm going to put my other jack underneath, kind of in the middle, help support it.
Take one of your parts, Kate.
So I'm not having much luck pulling it back, so I'm going to try to use my pry bar and roll it backwards. Maybe I've got it jacked a little too high. I tightened the other side up pretty tight. Maybe I shouldn't have tightened it up as tight. Yeah, that's not okay. It just was hitting there. Okay, so I've kind of used my pry bar, pried it up forward, put that chalk under the wheel, and then got it close. Let me get the bolts for that, and I'll try putting them in. Any anti-seize on these bolts. The bolt goes in, the nut goes on the back side. I think up top you could probably get the bolt to go through, but on the bottom side you definitely have to, you wouldn't be able to do that. You have to use the nut. It's not long enough space. So we're going to have to jack it up just a hair. Got to get that line up a little better. Yeah. Okay, so that looks pretty good. So now get that in there. Start tightening her up. There were no, these are kind of like all lock nuts. Probably especially on this side, it's got so much crud down inside there. Hay gets down in there and builds up. It probably wouldn't have hurt to put new nuts and bolts on this side. The other side seems to be in pretty good shape. Hopefully these lock nuts won't back off. They definitely don't have as much tension as they would if they were new. I just have to watch this whole thing for quite a while too. Make sure nothing comes loose. The sprockets or the bolts or okay, so got that one pretty tight. Might have to get those with kind of a bigger wrench later on. Okay, so that has those tight. Now the next thing to do is the spring assembly here. Let's see. I guess what I did, trying to remember here, is this went first, and then that way I was able to lift up on the handle and help it up. But I think that thing's going to really be heavy, so this time I'm going to try lifting it with my jacks. Take some of the weight off since the springs aren't there now. I don't think this will hurt anything. Okay, so just jacking it up there. So now I should be able to just, all I did on these, I'm going to need a pair of pliers. That top hook wants to drop off. So there we go. So got that hooked. I'll go over and do the other side. And then I have to tighten this bolt assembly up, this pulley and nut here, because it's it kind of goes down and holds that, keeps that all snug, keeps the cable from falling out. So I'll do the other side, and I think that's got it. That back up, kind of lift that down, that kind of locks in that cable. On the back side, I don't think it really matters as much, so it won't be hitting the cable. On the inside there, you gotta, takes a 5/8 wrench to hold the head of the bolt, and then 11/16 for the nut. So I think that is it for that. I guess the next thing I could do, I'm still waiting to get my pivot roll welded on at the machine shop. So I don't know if I'm gonna start hanging some of these big idler rolls. I could do that next, or I could take and hook up the chain that drives. I've got the chain here. I may wait on those chains though to the very last, because I've got the 2050 double pitch chain that drives this outside pickup, and then I've got the inside sprocket here that drives through the idlers, that drives the floor roll and the pickup, both of those sprockets. So I guess my next bet is to maybe go get the tractor and try putting on the upper rolls. I'll think about it here for a few minutes and see what I want to do. So I decided to put these rolls in before I do the chains. So once again, I just got a big long strap kind of wrapped around these forks, and I'm going to take and just have put that choker around there, and then I'm just kind of, you know, working by myself, lining it up, getting it in the center, and then I hope to get one of the bolts get low, so I don't have to be too bad. So pick up a little bit more. Now granted, it'd be a lot easier if I had somebody helping me. Go get anti-seize for my bolt. Nice things about the anti-seize: one, keeps it from seizing up and rusting. The other thing is, it'll be someday somebody will pull that out. Maybe they'll see the anti-seize and know it's been rebuilt. Firm that up. Lift that one up a little bit. only go one way, other ones like marijuana pulp. So I'm just following the old paint mark. Go in here. And that pretty much is right where the paint was. Over here on the other side, same thing. It had a marking, so I'm centering it right up on the paint marks. Here's what the paint marks look without the bolt. So, here's another one in there. So anyway, that's not bad. So I'll give those a snug. Tight, but not super tight, because I don't want to break off those little axles or supports, whatever you want to call it, inside there. So I should be able to lower it now. There's another roll in. So now the next one I'll put that bigger idler back here on the back tailgate. I think I'm going to have to move my tractor over a little bit. It almost could stay there, but I think I'll move it. Okay, I'll go get the next roll. That back roll, like I say, with the tractor set up, so that laid in there pretty nice and easy. So once again, I'm just tightening back up to where the washer marks were before. So now I've got these two little rolls up here to do. That'll probably do it for the night. It'll probably start getting dark on me. So tonight, in about an hour and a half, I was able to put the sprockets back on, the sprocket and the eccentric lock collar on the smooth roll, hook up the pickup, get the 4 bolts on it tightened up, get the springs hooked back up, little cable, and then I was able to put in the 2 large idler rollers and the 2 small idler rollers. So really that only took about just around 2 hours. So everything went back together real nice. So like I say, I just tightened the bolts back where the washers were originally. So what's left to do, I still got the main drive roller that has to go back in. If you'll remember from the beginning videos, that roller behind the drive roller, I replaced it a couple years ago, so I'm not going to replace it. If I get whenever I get back my pivot roll, I need to put the pivot roll in. Then once I put the pivot roll in, then it'll be the pivot arm assembly, which will have the stripper roll will go in there and the follower roll, and then that'll all bolt up to the outside of the pivot roll. So that'll be much the hardest, and then once I get that done, put all the sheet metal back on. So that's where we stand right now. Getting ready to put back together the pivot arm assembly. Okay, so the pivot arm assembly, we've got the stripper roll that has the sprocket and stuff on it, and then we have the follower roll, which is kind of just an idler. This is the way that it sets in the baler. Okay, this is how it's going to drop back in. You got the chains out here on the front that are anchored, you know, to keep it from falling back too far. So I'm going to go ahead and assemble it in that manner and see how it goes here. Okay, so I have the pivot roll positioned the way it came out. So what I've done, I've removed the flanges and the bearings, and basically you just have these plates there that have the nuts on it. So that plate with the nuts on each side is going to go in, and then you're going to, that's what's going to go inside the roll first. So here we have it. So I'm going to go ahead and lay the roll inside of the pivot arms. Oh, one thing I wanted to point out too is on these pivot arms, if you look at the earlier video, it was all grooved out here. So I took and I welded that, and I clamped a piece of angle iron on there to keep it straight, and I filled up the gaps, ground it back down, did that on both sides. So I painted it up. So now there is no more groove. So it had wore fairly, on the one side it had wore probably almost 50%, but it probably could have went some more, but didn't want it to go anymore. So anyway, I'm going to drop that pivot, or well, the stripper roll into the pivot arm. I'm going to put these bolt plates on there. Just drop it in, and that's basically it for that. And then the flanges will go on, and the only thing to worry about is the getting that little on the on that bolt plate, nut plate. It has to be lined up right there. That little screw in there needs to be lined up. So you're going to take and put the flange on, and then the bearing, and then the outer flange, and then the bolts. I'm going to put the bearing in, at least I hope. So, goes on the shaft. Probably going to need a line-up punch. This little screw there is really just for line-up and stuff. Finally got it caught. I think it's 3/4 inch. Probably 11/16. Yeah. Okay, so that's got that one. And then I'll be wanting to put the locking collar on there eventually. Won't do that yet. So, over. That's the one side, that's the, not the drive side. So now on this side is the drive side, same thing. So, that's in there. Well, guess it doesn't really matter. Go ahead and cover that with anti-seize too. I don't think I did that the other side, and it really doesn't matter. I guess it's kind of strange on some of these, on these shafts, that locking collar, you know, has marks in the shafts. So I don't know through the years if my dad would have worked on this and just I forgot about it, or what, but as far as I know on this shaft here, there's no I don't think I put anti-seize on that one bolt. Don't want to forget that. It's all about the anti-seize. Yeah, so that made it a little better. Just kind of line her up a little bit. And like I say, I guess what I should do is really stick this bolt in and then tighten it up. And in that way, well, that doesn't seem right. Yeah, that would have went. Let me go check the before video, because something is not right. Actually, I did this backwards. Hate to say. So, I gotta pull these back up. These and the bearing have to go on the inside. Big dummy. Okay, so those bearings actually went on the inside of that puppy. That's going to make it more difficult. And then the flats of the flanges, they lined up so I'm using that pliers to hold that bolt plate, for lack of a better term. I don't know if I got that one started really or not. It kind of feels like it's close, but I don't think it's really started. I get the impact. I might have it. Seemed like it tightened up. Now I'm going to go ahead and stick this bolt here on there just to firm it up, get everything lined up. And then, you know, there's the bearing, and there's the locking collar. I'm not going to tighten it up right now. Now I'm going to go ahead and put anti-seize back on this shaft, and then I'm going to put the the key in. This is a Woodruff key. I'm not sure, well, yeah, this had to have wound this way because you couldn't have tightened it up, or it would have been very difficult to get that key, square it in there. Okay, so I'm just going to tighten that down by hand temporarily, and I'm just going to put that little baggie right over there. How about that? Might blow away, but that'll keep the rain and dew off of it for now, because I'm doing this job outside. So that's got that side done. It's starting to get dark on me, and this is unfortunately one of the more important parts of this pivot arm and pivot rolls and the stripper roll. But anyway, I think hopefully the movie will show it. So same as on the other side, get the flanges lined up. And sure seems like these bolts are longer on this end. Maybe not, but so use those pliers, maybe pull that bolt disc. Yep, that one's going to be and that's getting started crooked there. So that's no good. Ooh, I think that did actually start. Well, that's a good sign. Might have got a little too tight. I think that one went. Now one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to check out this bolt. Seems like these bolts on this side are longer. It may be that somehow I got the bolts mixed up and got the wrong size. Nah. They're the same length over here. Just seemed like they were shorter, but I think when they pull in, so I don't know how yeah, it's getting pretty dark. May have to refilm some of this tomorrow in the daylight. Yeah, how it goes when you're trying to get something done. What exactly is hitting there? Have to look at that. Well, anyway, for tonight, it's kind of too dark. So I'm going to put the locking collar on there and just leave it loose. I didn't get the follower roll in, but that's okay. Always got tomorrow. So, for now, that is it until tomorrow. Late night last night, or at least after dark. Getting ready to, going to torque these, you know, on the other part of the tractor or baler. I hadn't been torquing them because they're accessible. Well, once you put this baby in, it's going to be hidden. You'll never torque these bolts again. So on this side, on the drive side, of course that idler bracket's going to have to come up off of there. I only put it on there, you know, line things up. So we're going to torque this. The book says 38 pounds. So we're going to torque those two bolts 38 pounds. Over here, all three of them, 38 pounds. And then we're going to tighten down the locking collars. Now, one thing I noticed last night after putting this thing together, as you can see this crack, I've got about 1/4 inch on that side and 1/4 inch on this side. Well, why those collars aren't locked, you know, see there, I got a big gap over there now and a small gap here. So until the collars get locked, it's all, you know, adjustable. So I'm going to center this roll up on each side, make sure it turns okay, which it looks good. It can come this way just a hair more, it looks like, to get it centered. Okay, looks good there now. So we'll be locking down the collars after we do the torquing. So, would you like to torque, ma'am? So just torque those bottom two. And here again, 38 pounds. Did it click? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's it. Okay, so that's got that side. We'll do this side. Okay. All right, so now what we'll do, I just want to get those torqued, and then we're going to tighten up that collar on the locking collar. Now on this particular shaft too, you know, most of the drive shafts on all the other rolls, they didn't use the locking collar, but on this one, this side they do. So I've got the shaft where I want it. I'm going to grab some more anti-seize 1 second and put on there. Okay, so I'm going to put a lot of anti-seize on the collar itself. The shaft's got a good bit, but hey, you can never have too much anti-seize. Now the other thing is, if you'll remember from previous, or the beginning of the video, what you do is you lock it in the direction of rotation. So what this thing does, this rolls, all these rolls roll from the bottom upward. Okay, so if you're looking at the right side of the baler, or the left side of the baler, it's clockwise. If you're looking at the right side, it's counterclockwise. So it's going to roll in this direction, so we want to tighten that roll in this direction. So I'm just going to take my punch and my hammer and give her a little tap. Like I say, I've never really found exactly how much tapping you do to that thing, but I do know if you tap it too much or too hard, you can break that that eccentric collar off. So you don't want to go too much. So I tapped it pretty good, but and tighten this set screw down pretty good, keep it from coming off. And if you remember right too, when I took that one collar off on the original one from the factory, its collar was broken, so I think they tightened it too much at the factory. So now we'll move to the other side and do its locking collar. Okay, so same thing. I'm going to take the collar off. I'm going to put a ton of anti-seize on there. Put the collar on. Now this time I'll still be going in that direction. It's counterclockwise over here. No, clockwise over here. Let's see. Whoa, no, it is counterclockwise, isn't it? Good thing I'm thinking about this. Tighten it so much by hand, can't move it now. So yeah, it's rolling upward. Is that correct, Melissa?
Mm-hmm.
You're just going to let me tighten it the wrong way, weren't you? Okay, so it's going to roll up from the bottom. So I know I've read a lot on the web about tightening up these collars, and there's no real good way of doing it. And these shafts were really kind of surprisingly worn, more than I would have thought. So I don't know if they didn't get locked down right or too much. But like I say, you got to do this one because there is no turning back. Once it's down inside the tractor, you got to disassemble it again, or inside the baler. Okay, so that should do it. So there's how it's going to roll. It feels good for now. Okay, the next thing to do is get it set up and do the follower roll. So I've got it out here. I'll unscrew it, get it ready. It's going to sit down inside that pivot arm assembly. So, stay tuned. Follower roll, putting it together to the pivot arm. So we've taken the screws out, and I think these are 12mm screws, and we've got it ready to lay in here. So we're going to drop it in. Remember, this is where I welded it up, so I hope it fits okay. So watch your fingers underneath. I'm going to try to Is it, you know, mine's in over here. Is yours close to being in or not?
Close.
So I think our hands are going to be close here. Wait just a second. I'll see if I can't. What I'm afraid of. You want to try? Watch your finger. You ready? And don't put your fingers underneath there, because I'm afraid of. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be. I may have to lift this up. This may not be a good way of doing it. Lift my end up. Bring it back. Here, watch your hole. Let me get another punch.
Oh,
Be ready to.
do yours side next.
Yeah, let me get another punch. So just kind of have your punch in the hole, or close to the hole. Let me knock mine down. Whoa, shoot. Dang on it. I knew that was going to happen, but we might still be able to work with it.
Well, it might be easier. This one.
Okay, I got my punch in. Let me come over and help you get yours maybe in. Let me get a screwdriver to stick in there. Okay, this would definitely be easier if we had it on the workbench. I really hate to carry it over there. Probably have to lift it with a tractor. Probably line it up and put your screw in it. Now if you'll tell me to go up or down or back or forward, but you gotta get your, yeah, once your bolts are going in.
I think it's fine.
Oh, it fits on there?
Well, it's a tiny bit big.
What's that?
It's a little big.
Big? Gosh, I thought it'd been small. Wait, but that's the wrong. What? This is this 3/4 or?
11/16. Oh.
Take that hand pinch down off there. Just kind of firm it up. You don't need it very tight, because we still got to do my side. Ooh. Might loosen it up just a hair. That might be too much. Yeah, it's okay.
You sure?
Yeah. So come over here. I'll line this one up with my fingers, and you can start this one. So we got one in. Main thing is at least it fit inside. What do you need?
Towards you.
Crooked. Hold on. Okay, keep going. No, that's okay. It'll probably go. It's going, huh? Zip it a little bit. Easy. Just barely pull the trigger. Just go really super slow. There you go. Good. Okay, so that does it. So there we got the follower roll in. So now we need to shouldn't really have a lot of movement, so we'll just torque that down. The book says 67 foot-pounds on that. So we'll torque it to 67. So, torque wrench right behind you. Dial in 65 foot-pounds. I guess we can zip it a little bit because it's going to be pretty tight. Now luckily too, this one you can readjust or tighten after it's assembled because it will, you can get to it from, here it's a socket, 3/4 inch socket. Stuck. Oh, which, okay. Probably have to hold that roll. Maybe not. It might not turn on you. Okay, that's it. Okay, so it's probably a little over torqued at 67, but that's okay. So now the next, well, we can't do the sprocket. We'll go ahead and stick the sprocket on the shaft, and then, like I say, eventually we'll be taking off when we go to lift it in there. We'll take off that idler because that won't fit in there. But we'll put the sprocket on and that Woodruff key, and then that way it won't rust while we're waiting to put it back together. Here again, I'm still waiting on that pivot roll that got ate up for the machine shop to get that done. So, install the Woodruff key. Okay, and I think that is it for that shaft right now. Now, one thing I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to read in the book, and on that follower roll, I know there's a space there that's supposed to be set to, so I might as well set that right now. Why? I'm got it easy to work on, so stay tuned. Next, going to be adjusting what they're calling the scraper on the follower roll. So after reinstalling this roller, after rebuilding it, the follower roll, it's probably got 3/16 of an inch to a 1/4 inch gap all the way down the line. So it says in the book that just to where the edge is touching. So I don't know if I'll make it actually touch. I don't want to wear that roll, but I'll get it close. So we're going to kind of wrestle it around, loosen up those carriage bolts, and then adjust it to where it's almost touching. So, a 3/8 deep well. Okay, so we've kind of rolled it upside down, and we'll zip those off, tap that scraper in a little bit. Let's see, well, you know what, I guess move those two bolts on each side, move it in. Anytime you need to adjust all those carriage bolts, you know, like if it's crooked, tracking crooked, which it might be after we get it close. So, 1/2 wrench. I think this will let it move. Hope it does. Them babies are tight now. You can almost use a 6-point socket on that. It's so tight. I'm assuming that's going to move. Yeah, maybe it doesn't move. Maybe it is all the carriage bolts. I thought this assembly here would move, but it doesn't seem to want to. I thought maybe it might be slotted, so it looks like it is the carriage bolt. So go ahead and put your socket on there and loosen those carriage bolts. You're going to need that 1/2 to 3/8 reducer up there too, and then other sockets. See up there. Well, I thought that would work, but it didn't. Loosen them a little, probably. It doesn't clear off. But you have to do more than that. But... whoa, that's probably too much. A little more. I mean,
What about this one?
yeah. Okay. Watch your socket, and you can. Okay. So we may have to pick this thing back up and then adjust it as we can see it, because I don't think. Get another one. This may be so heavy that hang on. Well, how about this? How about,
Stay here.
well, let's just swing it on back and see if it'll.
Do you want this one,
Well, hang on. I got with my knee here. Loosen that bolt there. It seems to still be pretty stuck. This one might be moving. I got it. Turn that camera a little more to us too, if you would, please. So we're slowly getting it. So loosen this one just a hair, and tighten that one a little bit. Got more than just a little. Okay. Okay, tighten this middle one.
You show me.
This one. Okay, this one on this end. I got the thing. I don't think it's hitting, it's close. Okay, let me do that other end by your, watch, move to the right. Okay, tighten this guy. Tell you what, you can probably go ahead and tighten them all now, I think. Let me see if anything's hitting. I think that's pretty good, or that's about as close as we're going to get without touching. So watch out, I'm just going to let it fall back. I guess it's going to sit there, maybe. Tighten it that way. So you can, about as fast as you can pull on the trigger. Oops, that was a little too much. Okay, so we've adjusted that much closer than it used to be. I don't know if it needs to be any closer. From up here, it actually looks wider. You know, it's got more of a gap. What do you think? We could almost see the gap there, and then you can see better through here. We could almost take it tighter, couldn't we? Hate to say it, loosen them up. I'll hold them. Same kind of thing again. But it looks closer down here, but I mean, as long as it's not touching, we can. Let's try it one more time just to get it a little closer. One more. I don't think you watch your lettering on your thing. Okay, so let's go. Okay. Roll's just a little bit crooked. Okay, do this one right here. Tighten. Yeah. I think it's close. See if I can get it here. I don't know if I can bend it. Okay, tighten this. Not hitting that. No, right here. Loosen it now. Okay, now tighten this guy up. Okay, tighten them all. I think it's good. Okay, so now just zip them all just kind of one time. Just hold on for it, okay, like a second. Okay, good. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so this time we've really got it super close, and it's about as close as we can, because if we get any closer it wants to hit the rolls just a little bit out around, which is no big deal. So let's roll it back the way it's supposed to be. So we'll get on that end. Okay. Okay, so that's the way it fits in the baler. So I believe we have the follower roll set up. The stripper is done. And just as a reminder here, because that's kind of a detail that I messed up on, I want to make aware of again. You know, you had this kind of the nut plate that has the nuts welded to it. So I had to put that on, and then both flanges with the bearing, you know, it had to slide down in here, and then I was able to put the bolts in. Okay, so, and then on both of these bearings on this side, typically most of these other bearings don't use this locking collar, but on this stripper roll it does use the locking collar. And of course the sprocket's going to go up on there, and we won't set it down tight. Well, we'll have to take it back off when we put it in, but we won't set it down tight either until we get it lined up. And of course this idler comes off here. I put that bolt on there and tightened it, but we didn't torque it because this idler has to come back off. And then same thing over on this side. You know, you had the bolt, the plate with the bolts, and then you had both flanges, and you had the new bearing, and then tighten that all up. That all goes inside, and then tightened up the locking collar, and there we are. So then we've got the follower roll, and you can see that gap there. It's just almost touching. That's what the book says. So we moved that thing a good 3/16 of an inch. Now that may help something, make the bales better. I'm not sure. So we're ready to actually set the thing in if we had the pivot roll back from repair. So the next thing we're going to do is the top feed roll up on top. So we're going to have to get the tractor. It's too heavy to do by hand. And remember, it's got the big pillow block bearing in the front. So stay tuned again. I'm going to put the bolts back into that bale lifter or whatever that thing's called here on the back. I had to take them out to get that floor roll drop down. So we're going to put the two bolts back in. I think they're 3/4 inch bolt head and nut. So hopefully we can stick it in that side there first with that punch line and line it up the other one. If not, we'll have to. Which way the, I don't think it matters which way the nuts. I'm going to put some anti-seize on the threads, of course. You can go ahead and anti-seize the other one. Okay, got that one in. Okay, go ahead and put some back on the body too, since it's in that hole. Where's your other nut? Okay, so get your impact in that 3/4 half-inch socket, half-inch drive. You zip it, I'll back up. Let it hammer a while. Next is the upper feed roll. As you can see on this too, that this feed roll is kind of worn. It'd be nice if I could get a brand new feed roll, but I think this thing's like $1,200–1,300, so I don't think so. So it'll just have to last as long as it can last. But one thing I noticed, been a while since I worked on this, the shaft here on the driven end, you know, here again, I think this thing's never been worked on, but this bearing must have spun a little bit. So now here's my new bearing, okay? And when I put the new bearing on there, it doesn't feel too bad, but it's still, you know, these agricultural bearings are kind of a loose fit on this shaft. But then when I get over to where the bearing has been riding, man, it's off a bunch. I mean, technically that shaft probably ought to be, you know, built up and turned down, but I really don't want to do that. And then also the beauty of this shaft, at least this one's easy to get to. And you might have to take the belts off, but at least you don't have to lift all that pivot arm assembly out of there. So this is reasonably easy. So what I think I'm going to do is take a center punch and punch this and build it up when I put it back together. But I'm not going to do that right now. But I do have to put this in its housing. If you remember from the disassembly, this bearing, it has the collar, the locking collar sticking out, and it they don't use the collar, they had it sticking out. Now over here on this end, I've got a new bearing. It's just a 209 bearing. It's just going to go in here. So it's all cleaned up. I've lubricated a hole, so we're going to be driving that in and put the new bearing there, and then it's going to go to this spindle, you know, is going to be on that end here. So when it all assembles back, that bearing will be in there, this will go in, that'll be inside the sheet metal, that'll be inside the baler, and then that'll be on the outside, and this is the non-driven end. Okay, so this will be over on the right hand side. So for now, I'm going to drive this bearing in kind of the normal way that I, right or wrong, the way I drove in those other bearings. So we're going to take and drive it in with a piece of 2x4. So Melissa, if you'll hold, just put your hands here. I'm going to be driving it that way. Just keep it moving. So we're going to take, and what I do here is I just kind of line this up with a 2x4 and then just hit it and get it started. Okay, almost got it. Okay, looking pretty good. Now I'm going to take a socket that is the same size. You know, I don't want to. Oops, that's not the right socket. Maybe this one. I'm going to hit on the outer race and drive it all the way home. Okay, so I think that guy's driven all the way home. Now, like I say, I won't put this in here right now because it'll slip out as we're carrying it back to the baler. But that'll go in there, and that'll be, you know, the bearing for that side spindle. So a little more anti-seize on there. Remember, never get too much anti-seize. Not that you ever heard that before. So now, next thing to do is move over here to the vise, and we're going to put the bearing back into its flanged housing. So here was the housing, okay, and I didn't recognize this at first. I was trying to pound that out, but it's a curved bearing, and it goes into these two wide spaces here. Let me get some anti-seize on here. So the way this thing fits up, I'm going to anti-seize that internal housing, and then that bearing is going to go in on that. It's kind of a bigger area right here, and it's going to start turning, okay? And then I want the collar sticking out. The collar is going to go outside towards the sprocket. That's the way it came apart. So I'm going to put that back in this housing. And I started to say I made a mistake. I thought this was, I couldn't get that bearing out. So not until I started really looking at it did I figure that out. Because I almost bought that from New Holland, but I ended up just buying the bearing, so much cheaper. So anyway, I'm going to drive that back in there, okay, and then that bearing kind of aligns itself. That's all there is to that. Pretty slick, huh? And now that is ready to go back on to the tractor. Now, like I said earlier, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to take and dimple that shaft, try to build that up there so that won't be so loose. I'm debating on whether to put some of this filler in. They make this stuff called Loctite 660. I happen to have some. I haven't decided if I'm going to use that yet, but I may put that on the shaft. So we'll see. So that shaft, like I said earlier, is worn, but it does right now doesn't justify me taking it somewhere, getting it welded up, turning it back down. And so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a bunch of peen marks on this thing, and then I believe what I'm going to do when I get ready, I'm not going to put the bearing on till I get ready to put it on, out at the baler. I'm going to use this Loctite 660. It is a retaining compound that repairs worn shafts and housings. So this isn't really just perfect for that, but I think it'll work okay. And here's some cleaner that you're supposed to use with it, you know. Oh, that's right, this is a squirt can. That's pretty neat. It doesn't have a propellant in it. You have to squirt that can. So pretty cool, but right now we don't need it clean. But, so I'm just going to put a bunch of dings in here. Not too many, because I don't need it to be a pressed fit. But I do want it to stay tight. So, put some dings The big question is, how many do you put? I don't know. Now I would say this thing is probably a good 20 thousandths under. Say if I had in my lathe, if I could have welded this up myself and turned it, but it's just too long, I can't do it. I just wonder if that's starting to get it to where it's gonna, yeah, it's getting some resistance there. So I don't want to do too many times, because the more I put on there, the harder it's going to be to get it on the shaft, and I'm going to drive it on with the old bearing. So I'm putting a bunch of small ones in instead of a few big ones. I don't know if you guys have ever done this before, but it's fairly common. And using this glue and driving this, I still think someday if this shaft goes bad, if this bearing spins, I'll be able to get it built up and put back into service. Okay, so I don't know how many's on there, but I'm going to quit at that. I think I just can't stop. It's too much. I'm having too good a time. I don't want to stop. Okay, that's it. So the pinion's done. Won't mount the bearing. Of course, can't mount the bearing until you get it up on top. So I'm hoping that's enough to make it fit a little firmer. And then with the glue, oh, it's still kind of loose though. Ooh. I don't know, maybe I need to go a little bit more, because that's still, and the other thing I could do is hit a little harder. Now the more dimples too, probably the better the glue will hold. Main thing is I just don't want to damage the new bearing, getting it on, having too many dimples and having to drive it. See how that fits. I'm going to go with that. I'm not afraid to go anymore. So at least it's kind of tighter. Okay, so that's it. So when we put it in out here, we're going to have to lift it in with the tractor, and then we'll get the other side, the non-driven side, the right side supported. Then we'll put that bearing in. There's 2 bushings that go in, then the bearing, then We'll have to drive that bearing on, glue it, and then another, not bushings, but little shims. Then there's another shim, and then finally the sprocket. Stay tuned. So what's going to happen? Okay, so I'm going to apply this cleaner. I know I used this on a washing machine, and it was 12 thousandths undersized. It lasted about 10 washings and fell out. So I don't have great hope for this stuff, but maybe in this position, that washing machine had a lot bigger load. It had a shaft sticking out of it like 20 inches long, and it was spinning at 900 RPMs. You gotta figure this thing probably only spinning at 30, 40 RPMs. So it might work on this, I don't know. So got that. Here is the flange. Okay, there's where I got some resistance. I'm going to take the old bearing and feed it on there. Hammer. Just so this won't get stuck. So I'm going to put those two locking collars together. Ooh. Yeah, I sure didn't get much resistance. I could have used more dimples. But I'm just going to leave it at that. It sure didn't, well, I don't know. What do you think, Melissa? Should I pull it back off there and beat it more? Let me get a center punch and try beating it more. 1 second, please. Trying not to get it too much. I didn't get it enough, really. So I'm going to try a few more. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that. It's not good. Too bad. I had a little more resistance, not a lot, but a little more. So that's going to be it. So now, let's see, wait a minute. I can't remember if that's shim. Yeah, that shim there goes on the outside. So before I forget it, this shim here went on the face of that eccentric. So I need to get my bearings added. We're going to need another punch. Where'd that other punch go, Melissa?
Goes over here.
Probably somewhere. We had it out back when we put those last bolts on. So I'm hoping to put 2 punches in. I got the inside, that flange on the inside that's got the bolt holes. Now we can get it matched up. One thing, I may need a longer bolt, because this is pushing that flange, or that ring, that threaded ring. It's kind of pushing it away. That one may be getting it. Hand me the impact gun with the, here, let me have that bolt. Bring the impact gun, and then whatever, this is probably 11/16 socket. (11/16) probably out here. Or you can use that one. I think that's actually got it in there, I believe. 11/16? You might try that and kind of see if those will tighten up. Kind of just firm them up really easy, and then we'll move that shaft. I thought it was, is it going to fit or not, or is it too thick a socket? Here, try this one. Will I go on? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just barely, just see if they'll. Let me see if I hold it as you tighten it. Do the top one and I'll kind of jiggle it just to get it to. Okay, next one. Give it some gas when you push it in there. Okay. Now, them guys there, you can probably go ahead and tighten them. Okay, now just pull the trigger all the way for about a second. Let it hammer.
On each one?
Yep. Okay. That's a long second. Well, here, try this guy. Them heavy walled impact sockets are just. They're just too thick. This guy here won't take up that much room. So about 1 second on hammering. Yep. Do that one, that top one again. Just go around real quick. Just barely touch it and right off. Stay on it. Just get off on the trigger. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so. I think we have that. Now how well that works, I don't know. So now the next thing to do is we're going to put the key in. We put the shim on. Go ahead and anti-seize the whole shaft. And we're going to put the key in, and then we're going to put the sprocket on. Then we're going to put the bolt on the end. I don't know if you can turn that shaft to where the keyway's sticking up. Let me see if I can lower it and see if it'll. Now go up and turn the rubber roll. See if you can make the keyway go up. You know, make it straight up and down. Yeah. And then here's the key. So just kind of put it on this end. Yeah. That looks good. Okay. Now here, we're going to put this, well, shoot. I'm not sure which way the sprocket goes. Okay, so we do have a little problem here. I'm going to say, I do know this, that this sprocket, it drives off of this chain, so it has to be that way right there. Pretty darn sure. Yeah, it almost looks like that kind of, I don't know if that was an indentation on that sprocket or if it, let's see if that's where the washer. Well, you know what? Maybe that shim does go on the backside. Okay, we're going to have to pause the camera while I go look back at an old video and see which way that thing went. I'm sure it was set up right, but I've moved it around so much I've lost it. Here, the hub, the big hub, the long hub, sticks out. So, and I was able to kind of tell that because you could see that the shim had wore on the inside of that inside hub on the short end. So, put your sprocket on and then turn it around the other. Yeah, right. That's the first end goes on. Push your, yeah, okay, you're good. And then here is the, kind of hold that there. That has that inside washer on it by the, hold it up near that flange. Yeah, that has the inside washer. That's good. Go ahead and put it on. That lets it have that like 1/8 inch space between the shaft and the washer. So that kind of makes a space there that you don't get your sprocket too tight. Uh-oh, it's not going on. Is the end of the threads messed up maybe? Is the, right there, yeah, wait a minute. Let me pull that back away. I bet you're going to have to, yeah, when I put my puller on there, that screwed up the ends of the threads. Never noticed that till just now. So, pause it again. We're going to have to get a, I think that's a 10 or a 12 millimeter tap and tap that hole out because when we put the puller on there it had so much force on it it screwed the hole up. Try to record this last part of tapped out the hole and putting this in, but my battery's about dead. So we'll see what happens here. And once we get this on, that should be it. We'll tighten up the other side on the drive roll and we'll be done with this drive roll. The sprocket will sit there and tighten up itself with this bolt. Like I say, the hub, the large size of the hub is what stuck out. So I think this is 11/16. Okay. So I think that's it. I'm a little leery of that thread there, so I'm not going to tighten it up too tight. Hope it'll be okay, because it did mess it up a little bit. So we'll tighten up the other end, and that should be it for the drive roll. So one of the rolls that I had left was on this, I don't know what it's called, the spring arm or whatever, and you had to open the door to get it out. So the book said to, you know, take off these springs here, remove the bolts completely out on that. But as I was trying to do that, one thing had happened too. I had locked the pin in. I had put the door pin in that hole there to get the belts off. Well, then that made it to where I couldn't get the pin out, so I was afraid of loosening up those springs. or kicking back. So I took my come along and I went to that roll there into this roll, and then I pulled back on it, pulled tension. That let the bolt come out over here, that door bolt. And now I'm loosening it, and you know, here's where the roll right there. I don't want to stick my finger in there right now until I get the door lock down. But I'm going to try to keep lowering that roll, and eventually it'll take all the tension off of it, which it may be close now. And then I can raise it up, take that roll off, do a little bit of welding on that one arm, and that'll be it. So that's what I'm doing. This thing jacked up. I got my safety arms in, and I took out that roll here on these arms here. But what I noticed was my bolts, when I took them out, have anti-seize. So 2 years ago, like in June of 2016, I did 2 or 3 of these rolls, and the one roll, that's right, I did the follower roll, and then I did this roll right behind the feed roll, and then I must have done this roll between here. So I'm not going to take it out, I'm not going to do anything. Those bearings are fine, it's fairly easy to get to. So right now, over here I had that grooved out from where the belt grooved it out on that arm. This arm looks good. So what I'm going to do is give that a few hits, passes, build that back up, grind her down, put the roll back in. So that's what I'm doing right now. Shouldn't take too long. And then I think the next thing, I can't do anything else until I get my my pivot roll back in. So I did hook the tractor back up and raise the lift, the tailgate. So here I am. This is my repair job on that had some wear on it. So I've built it back up, ground it down. I don't believe I warped it or anything. I didn't get it too hot, and it wasn't very much war. So now, like I said, those bolts were the telltales, the anti-seize. So June of 2016 is when I replaced this roll here. I replaced the follower roll, plus I replaced this roll right here that's behind the main feed. So that was in, then every other roll is replaced now, which is in August, September of 2018. So anyway, we're going to now stick this roll back up in there, and we're not going to rebuild it. I got an extra set of bearings for it, so if I ever need bearings, I've got them. And I'll put this baby away for the night. I just left this big pivot roll lay here, left the tractor hooked up. I'm still waiting on my shaft to get repaired for my pivot roll. Once I get that done, I'll put that together, then I got to lift that big baby back in. So that's going to be the one where I'm going to need 2 or 3 people. So that's going to be interesting. So thanks for watching. Talk to you later. Right at the moment, I've got the right side actually pretty good shape. Now I'm not sure what's going to happen when I try to do the other side, but I've got the flanges back behind there. What I ended up doing was kind of pulling back on the on my choker and pulling on this chain. So the chain that was hanging there, I was pulling up on it while I was pulling back on this roll. So, well, take that back. I was pushing backwards, making the roll go back away from me and lift it up with the chain, and I was able to get that thing to catch right where it needs to be. I had jacked the come along up a couple notches too. I'd shortened up on my choker. Now I haven't looked at the other side. Maybe I'll get lucky. Well, it's not bad. Wow, it's close. If I can get this flange in there, as you can see, it's really close, but I've got one of my flanges is on the outside instead of the inside. So now somehow I got to get that flange. But wow, it's really close. Let me bring the camera over here and set it while I try to pry around on this flange. So maybe I'll get lucky. I hope. I could use some luck. So there's where I'm at. I got to get that lifted up and get that one flange in behind. Now once I get the flange behind, then I still got a lot of work to do. Okay, so there, that's not looking bad. That's actually almost got it caught on this side. Let me go look at the other side, and it just happened to fall into place. I don't know about the other side, though. It's close over here, but that side's better. Try to lower it another notch. A couple of notches. Baby. That's actually not looking bad. The other side is now pretty much in position. So is this side. Okay, so that's great. Got those in position. The only thing now is got to get all those holes lined up. Got to get it all lined up, bolted together, and then go from there. So let me pause and see what I need to do next. Right now, I think I've almost got a bolt in. I actually got the two flanges and then the arm lined up. So I took a couple of different punches and I just took my fingers and sat there, and I was able to go inside the baler, reach up in and turn that back wheel, that whole piece that has the nuts in it. So I'm going to turn this, I think I got it lined up, at least one hole, and tighten her by hand a little bit. I want to use the impact wrench on there. So I think that's one of them anyway. Now let me see if I can get this other hole lined up. I think I'm close. Man, unbelievable. I can't, what good luck I've had here. So it definitely came apart much harder than it went back together. I'm not sure why or how, but anyway, I'm lining that hole up, putting this nut in there. Got to pull it back a little bit to get it lined up. Here again, doing this all by hand tightening because I don't want to strip anything out, because I sure don't want to have to take it back apart. Now this should set the flange. This should line itself up, and then I'll have to once I get it lined up between centers of the walls, get the roll in the middle, then I'll have to tighten down the collar. So right now, all I'm doing is putting in these, getting these bolts in. snugging them up. Now that one's it's a little low, so I'm going to try. Well, I need to pry it up or lift it up with the tractor. I'm not sure. I don't want to mess up the other side. There I go. Now I don't believe that, well, I don't know. I don't know if my wheel, that may be the thing, maybe my nut, I may not be exactly where I need to be. I may have my nut, that little screw head that was on this little flat plate. I'm not sure where it's at. I don't know if it's hitting or not. I don't know if it matters. It may not, but it might. Let me see if I can feel around inside. Yeah, that nut is actually, it is actually right there, and it's kind of hitting. So I'm not sure if it matters, but I'm going to roll that nut. I'm going to roll that nut plate, I don't know what you call it, around. So I'm going to lose all my holes, I hate to say. But nothing I can do. But I got to spin that thing around, that nut plate, about 180 degrees. Never thought of that till just now. But that's okay. I might be able to leave a couple of these bolts in here to keep the two flanges lined up. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, so now like I say, maybe the two flanges will stay. I'm going to go inside the baler and see if I can turn that nut plate, for lack of a better term. Okay, so I've got that little tiny screw that was on that nut plate. It's out away from things now. So now I got to get the hole line back up. So I've lost pretty much everything. Get that bolt out of there. It didn't really help me any. Thought it might. Ooh, I see somewhat of a hole. So I've got the outer flange and the little bolt plate almost lined up, but my inner flange, the outer flange is good, the bolt plate is lined up, but the inner flange, So I've got the two flanges lined up. Now I'm going to get the nut plate. Oop, I think I got it back. I think. Might be getting it. I think it did. So one more, I'll be back in business. Okay, so I've got those actually set up pretty good. So I'll take the camera here and see if I can show you that on that back plate that has the nuts in it. If you can see that little, if you watch previous videos, see that little nut, that little screw head? And the only reason that thing is there, it tells in the manual, in the repair manual, that it's there to help you turn it. Okay, that's the only reason it's there. But I didn't want to get it behind this metal bracket. Okay, so anyway, there I have it. I've got to go now and around on the other side and get the other ones lined up. Hopefully I haven't moved it too much. It was roughly lined up. I don't know about now. It's kind of bounced out. Maybe it won't be too hard to get it back in. So let me get my pry bars and my nuts, bolts. So get it up setting on the flanges, wherever it takes to get that. I don't know if I need to take weight off or add weight. I'm going to try to raise it. See if that helps or hurts. Back that camera away from here before I bust it. It's actually not that bad, it's just that it's pushed all the way to the other side because I tightened the bolts up. Probably should have left more slack in them. I'm trying to find the nut on that nut plate, that screw, get him out of where he's not, has a problem. Get him turned down away from the bracket. Okay, there's the nut plate screw, if you will. He's down in this position here, out of the way now. I'm going to go over and loosen the other bolts, not have them as tight, because I think it's pulling it all in one direction. That'll give me a little better movement of this thing, maybe. Oops, lost the nut off of this outer, which is not hurting anything. Put it back. I can see the two inner flanges, so I'm going to try to line those up, the bearing flanges. So I don't know if I need to raise it or lower it. I can't tell exactly. I think I need to lower it. Well, I've got it close, but I've lost my screw on my back. I don't know where it's at. Got the screw back. It was clear up inside, so it would have been in a bad place, I think. Ow! I don't know if I about lost the screw again, or the plate. Okay, I think I have one hole all the way through with my punch. Maybe. I've had one more punch, one more set of hands, but I don't. I think I have it right there. Should have had my nuts and bolts out. Anti-seize on them. The big thing is if the plate will lined up, but is it? See if I can get another one started. I may have that one started. Man, if it is, I am very lucky. Okay, I think the other side looks pretty good. This side looks pretty good. Like I said, I have to get it centered up. And then I'll have to lock the collars down. I'll have to torque these bolts. And then I'll have to put the outer bearing and flanges. And on the other side, I'm not sure about this side. I don't think there's any spacers needed. But on the other side, there are spacers needed. So, wow, that was unbelievable. You talk about dirtbag lucky, because I did not figure I would get that thing in there by myself. So, that was super duper lucky, folks. Probably never be able to do that again, and I hope I never have to do this job again. So anyway, that's it for now. I'll see about tightening those, torquing those bolts up, see what else I have to do. I have to figure out some more stuff. So hey, this has turned out very good. Thank you. On these, gonna torque them down 45 foot-pounds a piece. Oh, maybe. Dang. Go drop that back to 40 just to get a. Just kind of really felt like it was tightening a lot. Well, let me just raise it up with the come along so I can get that. Okay, so that's got that. I'm going to go ahead over and do the other side. Won't film that, but make sure to torque the other side. Now that I have this pivot arm tightened down to the pivot roll, at least the inner bearing, I believe the next thing to do is to go ahead and tighten to lock it on the bearing onto the shaft. So, and then the next thing to do will be to put on the outer bearing. So I'm going to look here, double check the service manual and see, and if so, the next thing we'll do is tighten down the locking collar. Now on this pivot roll, I'm going to put the locking collar on it. Now the way that thing rolls is it rolls from the bottom, it rolls up. Okay? So in this case, it's going to, from this side, from the left side, it's going to be a counterclockwise rotation. Okay? So, and you tighten these up in the direction that they turn. So, now this is one thing I'm not really sure of because I guess this shaft could, depending on how you get it all connected, you know, this could go back and forth a little bit. So I'm sitting here wondering if I should be tightening this down now or if I should kind of assemble it on both sides, get it all centered up, and then carefully take it back apart. Because I think this is going to matter. So maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to lock this collar down right now. I'm going to take this thing, I'm going to put, I've got the outer flange here. Now this looks like it's going to be pretty flush. It's all going to sit there nice and neat. But see, this shaft could go in or out more. So I've got this together. And what I need to do is get that, it's kind of just together, and then I need to, of course I got to move it about an inch there forward to be able to It must go upside down. So actually, I must have not marked this good. This has the holes up close to the top, so it wouldn't line up. So I had it upside down. I wrote the name on it after I if I can't get it pried on here. There. Okay, so temporarily for now, I'm just going to take that shaft and I'm going to stick it on there. I'm going to put a couple of nuts on it. And all I'm trying to do is just roughly fit it up before I tighten down that collar on that shaft. I want to make sure that I have it centered properly. I don't know what properly is, but I'll figure it out eventually. So, it kind of has that side completed. Now I'm going to go over to the other side and see what good I can do. Okay, so once again, I've got the shaft, or the locking collar is on there. And it really looks like this one here. Over there, the locking collar was just about flush with the side of the baler. But over here, this thing's setting back, oh man, a good, probably 3/16 of an inch, maybe more. Let's see if I can lay this. Yeah, probably 3/16 of an inch. Holding it like that. So I need to assemble this bearing, its flanges. It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be upside down here. Now I know this side had shims in it, so I want to see what these shims do. Now maybe over here is where maybe I put this side together first and then tighten the collar down. Do it on the and do the other side last. I'm not sure. Okay, these three shims are what I believe came off. Now this is way back early when I would have had the problem right out of the field, because this all fell apart and I took this apart, and I don't really think I made part of this as the part of the film. So if you take that and you line up those shims, you put this square here, I'm still about 1/16 of an inch. But like I say, maybe it's all supposed to push this way. I'm not really sure. So let me just kind of fit this up, see what happens. Put a little anti-seize on my shaft. Here again, this is the shaft that has been repaired. Just in case I forget to. Let me take that collar loose, locking collar, and put some anti-seize in there before I forget to do that. I might lock it down without. Once again, this guy, looking at this side, it's going to be clockwise. It's going to roll from the bottom up. So that's the way I'm going to be tightening that locking collar. And then this, like I say, the close bolts are going to go upwards. And let me see if I can fit this. I think I need to pull up on my come along a little bit. Well, something made it. Okay, so let's see if that helped. Okay, so now let me just put a couple of these nuts on here, and say before I lock anything down, I just want to get a feel for things of how they're lining up before I lock stuff down. So let me tighten up these bolts by hand here. Okay, so I have that now tightened up. I'm not sure what it's going to look like here in the back, or well, I guess I should be. Put the camera back for just a second. Let me see what the how this goes on. Whew. Yeah, this has a lot. This needs a lot of room coming out. I mean, this has to come. I mean, this should have. It has a spacer here, so that should just be like whatever that thickness is there, 1/8 inch. So this shaft should come way on out. Now that must not have had the locking collar on this shaft because there's no room for it.
Come on. Let's go.
I'm not sure about that. I guess that can't really. Another problem. I thought about this earlier, but maybe my hole's a little messed up. It's a 10 millimeter by 1.5. I'll go get a tap and tap that hole out. Okay, so after a real quick run the tap in there, threads are fine. So I'll put that sprocket back on there, and that'll give us an indication of how that straight those. Well, boy, I don't remember if those spacers went on the outside or the inside. I'll have to look at some old video. But one thing's for sure, this here should pull that shaft over into that more. So I'm going to look at the other side, and as I tighten that up, that should pull that shaft inward. Okay, so that's sticking out there. could get a tape rule, but it's that far on that socket. Okay. So let's go back over here. We'll start tightening it up, and it should start pulling it through, I think. Now maybe it'll be too much. I have to do something else to bring it over. Don't want to mess up anything. Now, I think it probably pulled itself right over. Yep, it did. So now that leaves, it still could come just a hair more. Now one problem, well, I mean, this appears to be, it doesn't need any shims here, or if there is a shim, that's pulled itself up. Well, it still could go a hair more. Still not. It still could come this way, so I'm not sure what's holding it. There really shouldn't be anything keeping it from coming over this way, unless it's partly on that other shaft over there, where the bearing had like where the locking collar had a little bit of a groove. I don't know if that could have caused it to get stuck there a little bit. I'll hit the shaft on the end, see if I can move it over. Tried tapping on the end of that shaft, it really didn't do anything. See if I can put a little it's still not quite it. You know, the spacer here is still not quite right. It's something's holding that shaft. Now it could be the locking collar behind this flange. It could be the locking collar on the other side. You know, I didn't really set them up, tighten them. Trying to get it to yes, I either need to get that shaft to come this way, or I need to take some of those shims out of there. And I really hate to take any shims out because they were there to begin with. So I think what I'm going to do is take these flanges back off and look and see if there's anything that would be, maybe that locking collar is stopping it somehow. I would think it's more on the other side than this side, because this side, that shaft's pretty smooth where they machined it. So I'm going to loose it up on the other side. Still didn't move it. So why does that shaft, why is that not coming my way more? I don't know if it could be in a bind. Let me take some weight off of it. I don't think it should matter, but yeah, it really doesn't have any weight on it. I guess the shims could be holding me out from coming this way. That would make I don't know if that's right or not, but I guess it's possible. But these shims, because it's pulling, it's against that stub, that shaft is got nowhere to go. Let's see. So it's trying to pull the shaft, and it's holding against those stubs. So yeah, so I think it may be possible that this could be holding it up. The shims that I put on this side, but that's what was in there. Take some weight off of it, put it on the come along. I'm just going to leave one shim in there, and I'll use these other shims. But I think that has to make this thing work better. It up a little more. Daggone. Almost got it. Dang. Here again. You ever do this job, get two people. Okay, now this thing, yeah, I've seen it move. I could pull it out with my hand, so it was those shims. At least I think so. We'll see here in a minute. Still got a ways to come. Okay, socket, where'd you go? The other socket. What did I do with my 5/8? Okay, perfect. So, that did take care of that problem. Now the question is, how much play do we have? There really seems to be none. So, taking those shims out definitely helped things, but why did I have to take them out? And the sprockets here line right up. I mean, they're almost perfect, right in line with each other. So, I'm not sure. I'm going to go over on the other side and put the other flange back together. It's getting kind of dark, so I think I'll quit for the night. Start working on tomorrow. Like I say, it's been a total tragedy waiting for that weld job. And see, that thing's going to roll up from the bottom, so it's going to twist backwards. So I'm just going to get and put this back together so I can think about it for now. Take some weight off of it, maybe. Now get me a pry bar. Doesn't really move that hard, it's just a matter of... Now one thing, when I put this here, there is a little bit of space. But I'm not sure if that's going to hurt anything, because both of these are going to be up and down. Somewhere I've lost a nut. Yeah, I'm not doing well tonight. Okay. So somewhere I lost a nut, but I'll find it. So that looks pretty good. And like, so I have the other collar to go on here. And I don't think I have to worry about shims over here. And over here, I did, I don't know if by welding that and the thing changed a little bit, but why did I have to remove these two shims? And these two shims are, both of them are probably, well, together is probably 1/8 of an inch. Okay, so I'm going to stop here for the night. I'm going to find my lost socket, my lost nut, and I'm going to think about those shims, why I didn't need them. And tomorrow we'll resume where we left off. So it's actually coming back fairly good. So until tomorrow. So finished. You know, I've got this shaft, the pivot roll. So the next thing to do, I was thinking about it last night, I'm going to put that sprocket on there, and on this bearing here you don't have the locking collar. The sprocket goes right up and fits right up against it, so there is no locking collar. So, and I had to take those couple of shims out. So what I'm going to do is, now that I've put the sprocket on there, it's going to put pressure against this inner race of that bearing, and that'll keep that bearing from spinning on that shaft. So one thing we're going to have to do is take this back apart, take this outside flange off, and then tighten the locking collar on that inside pivot bearing. And also, one thing I was going to show here is inside the baler now, I've pretty well got things spaced out. If you look at that on the right hand side, the arm, the pivot arm going up against the wall, and then over here I've got about the same equal space. Okay, and remember yesterday I had tightened down the bolts on the pivot roll, and of course up on the follower roll and on the stripper roll and the follower roll, I'd already tightened those up, and I already had set that gap on that follower roll. So I think all I have to do, now that I've got everything spaced out right, is to take these flanges back apart and tighten down the locking collar, which, say, it rolls from the bottom up, and then that should do it, and I'll be done with this and moving on. So I'll pause here for a few minutes and get ready and take those flanges back off, and then lock the collar and go from there. I'm going to pop that flange back off. Like I say, that's going to roll up from the bottom, so that's going to be spinning in the direction. So this locking collar, I'm going to tap it. Tighten that to that shaft. Okay, so I've locked that down to that shaft. Now I'm going to put that back on for good. If you remember yesterday, I locked all those torqued all those bolts down. So this should be the final time, finally. Get this baby back on. Went on easier than I thought. Got the NECs on all the threads. Okay. Just for the heck of it, I'll go ahead and torque those down to about 40 pounds also. Okay, so I've got all that torqued down. It's torqued down to the shaft. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to anti-seize that shaft good and the threads on the end there. Anti-seize the keyway. And like I say, what's going to happen on this, and I'm not sure what changed, but maybe when I welded that up, that inside chamfer moved, kind of got filled up and then cut back out. But for some reason the shims changed, but that's okay. So I'm going to put this sprocket on. This time I'll be putting it on with the keyway. Okay, now when I tighten this up, this little washer in here was a oops, it's the wrong one. Find it here. This little spacer here, it's actually going to be a little bit shy, but that's okay, because what it's going to do, it's going to hold tension. That sprocket's going to push back against that inner race of the bearing behind it, and that's what I want, because I don't want that inner race to slip, because that doesn't have the locking collar on there. So by tightening this up, that's going to put pressure on that collar and keep that bearing. So I'm going to put that on there, and then I'll torque it, and that should keep that thing happy and keep it from spinning. Spinning that inner race on the shaft. I think I can need something to kind of lock this thing up Okay, my wrench is clicking. And I put a little more than 40 pounds torque on there. I don't know what I torqued this one. Just really put the torque on this bottom one. I'll add a little more to this guy. Okay, so I believe that's that, and I'm assuming that on this shaft I had set that, and make sure I got the set screw. Now this one I'm going to have to wait because I've got my choker in there holding it. So we're going to move over to the other side, and like I said, everything there is spaced out nicely. At least I believe it is. So I'm going to pop this flange off again and tighten it. Tighten down the locking ring. And this is where I lost my nut yesterday. I don't know where that thing went. I'm sure I'll come up with it after I'm all done. Okay, so I'm going to pull that flange off. So like I said, this thing is going to be spinning on the other side. It's going to spin. So this is going to spin counterclockwise on this side. Get that. Tap that pretty good, but not super duper tight, because like I said in one of the earlier videos, what I've read and even what I've seen taking these things apart, if you tap them too hard, you can break them, you know, right now. Okay. So I've got that baby locked down to the shaft, and he sees my threads on this outer flange. Now, so, you know, I was thinking about this, so this inner race, really all that bearing's for is so it'll pivot, but because that's going to be locked to that shaft, that inner race is going to sit there and run all the time. It's going to spin, but I guess it has to, so it won't spin the shaft. And this, it's going to be close, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to fit up tight because they're both locked to the shaft, and it's not meant to hold the Okay, remember to get this This here held the spring, if I remember right, holds the spring on the on the cable. That's your bail indicator when it's full, when it's making a bail up. So if anything else, at least this video will be somewhat helpful in just day to day taking this thing apart. Now, lastly, on this one, I'm going to put my anti-seize on, and we got to lock it down to this shaft. And this shaft, like I said, was kind of wore a good bit, and I don't think it spun any. It was just a matter of that little micro vibrations that it had from just sitting there and the vibration. Okay, so tapped her in there, lock her to the shaft. Now the only thing I need to do is torque these bolts. And then I need to come up with a missing nut there. Like I said, I'm not sure what happened to my nut. I had it originally, but that's okay. I think I ordered some spare nuts off of that Shoop company. I certainly hope these bearings work out good from Shoop, but I hope they do. A little over tightening those 40-45 pounds. Okay, so I think that is it for the pivot roll, other than that one missing nut. So I'll go look for that now. While I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and check the torque on this smooth roller. I really don't remember if I torqued that before or not. I may have, but it doesn't hurt to re-torque it. I'm sure those ones with the sprockets I did. Now, the next thing for me to do is to put the sprocket on that stripper roll. So I'll lube it up. It's in pretty good shape. I already checked that. I think I did. Well, let's see. Yeah, I guess this one doesn't get a a thread doesn't go inside that internal thread there. So this one just has this sprocket. Basically, it's lining up based on I can see the chain down below here that drives it. I'm eyeballing it right now, and it all seems to line up based on being right there at the end of the shaft. So let me get a crescent wrench. I'll tighten that up. So we'd had nothing on the end of that shaft. So I'm just going to line it up, put my finger on the end of this hub and the end of the shaft, and tighten her up. Might have been able to see before where the marks were when tightening it. Getting it firm but not so tight that it'll mess up the shaft. Tighten down the lock nuts. Okay, I believe, not 100% sure here, but I think that is it for all the rolls, I believe. Now, next what I want to do is take off of my my choker and get all that stuff out, and then I have to rehang, put those chains back on. So for right now, I'll pause and start taking that choker and come along down. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to put those stops, the pivot roll stops. So I've bolted them back up. I need to tighten the bolts, and then these chains that keep that pivot roll from going back so far, they take those nuts off, and those are self-locking nuts, nylocks or whatever, and put the chains on. So that's what I'll tighten up next, and put the stops and the chains on the pivot rolls. Another thing I forgot to do was on this stripper roll there's a tensioner for the chain. I forgot to put that on there, so need to get it on. So put some anti-seize on the threads. That kind of has just a little pin and then the bolt. So it would have been easier to put it on before I put the sprocket on, but I can do it with a box end wrench. 11/16. Okay, so that gets the sprocket or the belt tightener on there. So now I got to figure out what comes next. So next, I'm going to put the twine box back on. Okay, you basically have to do the twine box first because these side panels bolt into the twine box. So that's kind of the backwards way that I took it apart. So hopefully I'm doing it right. So, and then the way I did my screws, you know, I did the left side twine box, the top twine box, and then the right side twine box. So I separated the screws to make it a little bit easier on myself. Not sure if it's necessary, but hey, it's one extra baggie. So we're going to, that's the left. So I'm going to have my lovely assistant Pamela help me. So we're going to pop in the twine box and let's see, just watch yourself. Let me beat on it.
It's not up.
Okay, well, just stop for a minute. Just help hold it.
Okay.
And I'll get it in position. No? Don't really want you to hurt your hand. I'm going to get a mallet. Okay, so I'm going to pause there, and you get the point. So, take a break. So next we're going to take and put the side on. Okay, so the side has the cables, and what I did with those cables there, I just, I left the pulleys and stuff and just kind of taped up the cables. And I do know that the lock cable goes here, and then the bail complete cable goes up there. Okay, so now all these bolts, screws along here, all these on this side are the nuts are welded inside. So don't have to worry there, we just got screws and no nuts. So anyway, there's a little bit of confusion of what goes where. So I would say when you take this thing apart, make sure that you do a good job of documenting these screws and stuff. It's easier, but now I'm taking off the cable. I had it taped up here so it wouldn't be all tore up in my garage, so I'm going to undo the tape so they'll just hang down. Did that screw pop out? It must have. Oh. Okay, so just hold that end up. I know it didn't seem very long, so that must have been a short one for something else. Or they were all short. Yeah. That's one of them seem to be really short. That one seems good. Okay, so for right now, I'm going to go ahead and pause the video until we figure out these cables and such. So stay tuned again. So we got it hanging by a few screws. Now this bail indicator cable, or no, this is the lock indicator cable. This one here, it just comes down and it ends up hooking right on here, right to where the lock is. So I'm going to go ahead and, like I say, hopefully you can see inside there, kind of turning it crooked, but it has that pulley up at the top, and then it goes down, the cable goes down to the lock unlock. Okay, so that's a simple one, comes right here. Okay, so I ended up hooking up the lock indicator, put the cable on there with a thimble on it, the washer, and the car key. Now next, on the bail size indicator, this spring ends up going here to the pivot roll to this bracket, I believe. So I've got to get that hooked on there. Hold that camera there, just aim it at what I'm doing if you would. I'm assuming that's the way that went. Okay. So that keeps it back. Now this, the cable there, I've got to take out this pulley, put the cable through there, thread it on, and then it goes to this connector here. As the bail gets bigger, it indicates the size. So let me take off that pulley and pull it through the hole. Now next, got a few bolts in here, got the pulleys hooked up. So I'm going to hook up the switch, the bail full indicator. So what that's got to do is it gets put up in here, and then these, it's got a flat washer. I don't know if you can get up in there or not.
I don't think I can.
That's okay, don't worry about it. Hand me these. See that lock washer on the floor?
Yeah.
Put it on one of those bolts there. Are you still recording?
Yep.
Okay, you can just kind of quit. You can just kind of... Okay, so this has got a flat washer. I've got this side piece here that goes on the left side. Okay, so same way. Let's see, well, I guess it doesn't have any of the nuts welded on there like the right side did. So once again, I've got those bagged up in a separate baggie. So you got those nuts there, a couple on top and two out front here, and then that should have it as far as the sheet metal goes, I believe. Then the next thing to do is start making the new chains. So I bought all new chains from that same company, Shoop. So anyway, I won't film this. It's pretty simple putting this side on. So next step is to put the sheet metal left-hand side. What we got to do is put the chains on. So I think the first chain I'm going to put on is the drive chain that comes off of the smooth roll, the sprocket right here, and it runs through these two idlers to change direction. Well, that one's not in really very good shape. Might have to look at getting a bearing for that one, but I can always change that out real easy later on. It's going to drive down to this sprocket right here. Okay, so that's a number 50 chain, and I bought from that Shoop company, I bought 10 feet of number 50 chain. So there's the old and the new one side by side. So I'm just going to cut it off, probably cut it off a link or so longer, just so I can get all my idlers. We'll have plenty of room to tighten up. And also the next chain that I'm going to do is this double pitch. It's a 2050 chain that drives actual pickup teeth. So it goes around this sprocket, and then this is the tightener for it. So, and here it is. Same thing, I bought just 10 foot of that Shoop chain. Now this chain that I bought, I got it off of that Shoop company, same place I got the bearings. And it's made in India. So, I mean, it was half or a third the price of American-made chain. And yeah, maybe I screwed up. But we'll see. I mean, it seemed to have pretty good reviews, and I don't know. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But I figured I'd put the number 50 back chain on first, and then the double pitch 2050 chain. So that's what I'm going to do next. So stay tuned. Well, one thing, that idler pulley I noticed there, I had never really touched it. And it is not very good shape, the bearing. Now it looks like it has a standard bearing that presses into the hub of that sprocket. So I just want to document this. So what happened here, I had this big carriage bolt. The carriage bolt went back into the slot. Okay, and then it had this square washer, and it had two flats, and then the sprocket went on. It had two more flats. Okay, and then it went into the bracket, and on the outside it had a flat washer and a nut. Okay, so and what I had to do there too, by after they tightened this up, I had to put a crescent wrench on here and pull that out a little bit, because it was from tightening it down, it sandwiched it up and made it the carriage bolts just a hair too long. So I had to kind of bend it to get it out. Now this sprocket back here, this other idler, it doesn't turn too bad, and also it is kind of a light-bodied sprocket, and it doesn't look like it has a replaceable bearing. So I may go ahead and replace that, order one, but I probably should have looked at these guys earlier. But I know, like this idler up here, and this idler really didn't turn bad, so you know, I thought, well, what the heck, maybe when I price them out I won't like the price of them. These up here are on 60. Well, this one's a 50 chain and that one's a 60. So anyway, I'll see what happens. So stay tuned, but I am going to tear this one apart, take a look. Maybe I can go to town and get a standard bearing for that thing. We're getting this sprocket out and taking a look at it. It is pretty rough, and I should be beat for not having a replacement for it already. I should have felt these things, but the sprocket itself looks pretty good, and it appears that it's just a standard bearing there. So the number on the bearing, I can barely make it out, but it looks like it's an 8X, and I don't know if that's a D or an O, 361L. So what I'm going to do, I've just got it set here on a big socket, and I'm going to drive it down through here so it looks like it's going to move okay, and that's just pretty well centered in there. So let me see if I can pop it out of there, and then maybe I can go to the store on Monday and get a new bearing somewhere local. Online they want like $45 for this sprocket, and really it's just the bearing that's bad. And sure enough, the bearing did pop right out. So like I say, the sprocket looks good, so I'll try crossing this number over. Maybe someone like Royal King or somebody will have it in stock and I could get it today. If not, I'll have to wait for the local bearing outfit. But like I say, it appears to be and that could be a BXO361L, could be a 8XD361L. I'll just have to surf around and see what I can find. So anyway, I should have had it done and had a replacement already, but I may have to move on to the bigger chain up above. I'm just going to go ahead and make this 20-50 pitch chain, this double pitch, and it's basically going to have to be about as long as the original one, the one I took off. This idler here, or this tightener, you can't really let it down any lower, because I took the housing, the case, the guard that fits around it. If you take it lower, you can make the chain shorter, but it wants to hit that the guard, so it's going to have to set. You know, it runs this way right here, and there's really no way to make it any shorter. So it has this half link in it. I'm going to have to put that half link back in it. So not a big deal, but anyway, thought I would just try to see if I could shorten it, but I can't. So I'm going to go ahead and make that. Like I say, that one idler, this one here is not that bad. I'm going to go ahead and put it back in, but the one that was really bad, I'm going to go to Royal King tonight or tomorrow and pick up. They have a bearing for it. It's like $5. But yeah, I should have had this idler and these other two. They're about $23 a piece. So I think I'll just go ahead and order them. They don't have them in stock. Messick's has got to order them. Or they have one in stock, but not both. This the one for the 60 chain. But they're really not that bad, but I still probably order them. So as far as cutting this chain, I'm going to lay it here alongside the new one. And then what I did is, from that Shoop company, I went ahead and ordered half links and full master links. And so here is my chain breakers. So either one of these ones here, probably use the bigger one. But anyway, I'm going to cut the chain and then use a half link. Maybe some of you never seen one of these chain breakers before. Several companies make them. Basically, what you're doing is you're just going to take it and you're going to open the jaws of it, and you're going to rest that on the chain, keep it from moving, and then you're going to adjust this. You're going to turn the pin into it meets the pin of the chain. See there, I don't know if you can see that on the camera or not. But anyway, then you just screw it in, and basically it just pushes the link, pushes the pin out of the side link, and then you open it up. Now you've dropped that side link off. You just pull this link out of it, and basically that just leaves you with this. So then you're ready to stick her together. In this case, I'm going to use the master link, and I noticed I said I was going to use a half link, but what this chain had, it's got a master link, and then it's got a number 50, not a 2050, but a number 50 half link chain. So a half link for this big chain, you know, is maybe too long, and they used a regular 50 chain half link, so that made it a little bit shorter. So I don't know if they come from the factory that way or if it's something my dad did. I don't know. But anyway, I'll see how it fits up. Pretty well got it all chained up except for the one drive chain that drives the pickup roll, not the double pitch chain, but the other chain. And I've got a bearing that's bad on that sprocket, so they have one at Royal King, so I'm going to pick it up tomorrow. So anyway, there's the way the chains ran. It's kind of in the manual, but never hurts to have a picture of it. So this is, you know, where it gets driven from. That's the gearbox. Then this sprocket in behind here is running the stripper roll. So as soon as I get the other chain or the other sprocket, put that on, and then I'll put the guard on, and then I'll be done with that. So, and just as in the manual described, this length here, when you compress that spring, it's 1 5/8 inches. Same thing with that spring. So I've compressed them down, locked it. Now I am going to order this sprocket, and this sprocket from Messick's or somewhere. They're about 24 bucks a piece. They are different because these two up here are 60 pitch chain, that's a 50, but they're still around 23, 22 bucks, something like that. I'll look around online and see where I can get them the best. And I should have had those ordered, never even thought about it. But then that's basically the next thing to do is to I'm going to lay the belts out. So I'm going to lay them out here on the driveway, and you know, they're supposed to be 272.5 inches long, and I think they're supposed to be within 1 inch of each other. So I want to roll them out, check their length, and if they're long or short, whatever it happens to be, I'll have to cut them. So that's my next job, is to get that sprocket and then do the belts. I've got the belts laying out here on this 630 baler. It's supposed to be 272.5 inches. So now, probably the last belt I replaced was this number 1 belt. I'm calling it number 1 belt, the one on the right hand side. And it's probably been 2 or 3 years. So now when I measure these belts, they're all pretty close, and they're 271 inches. So they've shortened about 1.5 inches. Now, looking at the ends of them here, down on that end, I've got them lined up with a 2x4. So they're all pretty straight, pretty good. And up on this side here, you can see they're fairly close. Now the number 2 belt, this one right here, it was about 1.25 inches longer. So I cut him off and put a new clipper on it. And this number 4 belt is a little long, but I'm going to leave it. So that's what it looks like. Like I say, on these belts, they're all about the same except for the number 4. And he's probably 1 inch longer than the shortest one, but that still, the book says they should all be within 1 inch of each other. So I'm going to leave it because, man, that's a good, and I believe that's one of the original belts. As far as I know, these 3 here on the left side are 3 of the original belts, never been changed. I've always had trouble with this baler on the right side. It would plug up, it would get caught there on that pivot arm, between the pivot arm and the side of the baler. So anyway, I'm going to start threading the belts on, so hopefully see how it runs here shortly. I still got to put the guard on the chain. Okay, so I've got one belt on. I'll put another belt on, kind of show you how to do it. Probably most of you know way better than I do how to do it. But I'll put another belt on. So this is my number 2 belt. When I took these off, I did number them. So I just thought maybe they might track better or something. And don't know if it really matters or not. But they are going back on the way they came off. Whew, finally. I think it's all about how you hold your mouth. That's what gets it in there. Anyway, I get it close. Well, this one I might as well. And these go in the direction, remember from your manual, you know, the direction of this belt is going down. So that's why these tapers are cut here, to stop it from grabbing on something. So I bend these back up, get them at a 90. And then what you do is you take and you kind of squeeze them in, sandwich them in, and that kind of locks it on there. And then I cut this off pretty darn close. Kind of bend that back, but some of these are a solid rod I've used in years past, and this is kind of a cable, nylon coated cable. So the solid ones you can bend back. These ones here you can't. So maybe I should just cut them off a little shorter. So anyway, that is it. So that has 2 belts on it now. I got 4 more to go. And then I still have to put that little finger joint thing on the back where I welded it up. But anyway, that's how I'm putting the belts on, and that's how I'm doing the clipper pins and the little smart locks. There may be a better way. This is what I'm doing. Well, here it is. It's hooked up. I've raised the gate up. I pulled the pin on it. So, just real quick, looking at the belts, I mean, they definitely feel, especially this guy, he was pretty loose. You know, they feel pretty good. Looks like the 3rd one, which really was the 4th one, was the longest one. So, anyway, getting ready to turn her on here. Now, I don't have the guard on yet for the pickup because I ordered this sprocket, and that sprocket. I ordered those today from a place called Low and Young out of up around Cleveland. So hopefully those parts will be coming in a few days, and I'll just put them back on because I should have had that. And then this was the bearing that I put in. I got from Royal King. So anyway, everything's got new chains on it, all new bearings, at least on all the rolls. So I'm going to engage it. I hope it works. It should. You can hear the pickup making a little noise, but I didn't do anything to it. So there, everything is running. I assume it's going the right way. At least for now, the belts seem to be tracking pretty good. I tried to put everything back the way it came out. So, there's the drive for the rubber roller, the drive belt. There's the drive that goes to the tripper, well, to the pivot roll, and then it also drives the smooth roll, and then that chain up top here drives the tripper roll. And then coming off of the smooth roll, drives down another 50 chain to the big bottom roll, and it drives the pickup system. So, everything sounds pretty good. Now, the only bad thing is I gotta wait a whole nother 6-8 months, because it's now almost the middle of October, and I won't be doing any hay until June, 1st of June. So my pickup is making a little bit of noise, but I don't know what that is, but maybe that's normal. So, I need to put the twine back in the twine box. Let me lock it down and see if that locking indicator works. Hey, she locked up. That's a good thing. See if the lock did lock. Yes, it did. Right here. So, okay, well, there it is. 1992 New Holland 630 Baler. First major work it's ever really had to been done. Like I say, it had a few belts repairs and stuff on it, but for whatever 26 years it did pretty darn well. So as you remember, if you've watched this whole video, you're really bored. Okay, by the way. But the pivot roll is what went out, the bearing on the pivot roll, and then that caused that to come down, and those two sprockets to touch. That was my first tail. So anyway, ripped out and replaced every roll on it, except for a couple rolls I had done a couple years ago. I guess I left that out. Yeah. So, but every roll now within the last 2 years has had all new bearings and put all new chains on it. And I'm going to get that idler here, and this idler here. Ordered them yesterday, so they should be coming in a few days. I'll probably stick those on there before I put it back in the barn. So anyway, it's ready to go. I've got to wait till June now. It's October 20th of 2018, so now I've got to wait June of 2019 to see if the thing's going to run. But a couple summers ago I bought new tires for it, so the tires are in good shape. There's the belt. I welded up all the pivot arms and everything. So man, it should be pretty darn good shape, ready to go. Now the pickup is making a little bit of noise. I don't know, I never really dug into the pickup, so, but I've not had any troubles with it. But that don't mean, one thing nice about it now, I know this baler, there's 4 bolts in that whole pickup outfit, comes right off, so it's not hard to remove that pickup at all. So you could get that down, lay it down, and tear it down pretty easy. Probably be easier to do that than work on it on the baler. So I'm going to go ahead and put the twine back in it, and it'll be interesting too. Originally, this side over here on this pivot arm assembly was closer. You know, it was a lot closer than the other side. So now it's kind of more centered up, and I always was getting build up in here. It was always building up hay, and sometimes it caused this belt to track over on top of this one. Now, maybe that won't make a difference. It'll still happen, or maybe it will make a difference. I'm not sure. So, but like I say, I need to put the string back in it, thread her up, and I think get those couple sprockets in, put her back, and I'll put her to bed. So, thanks for watching. Hopefully, if you got a 630 baler, or if you have a different model baler, if you got one with rolls and stuff on it, maybe you can breeze through this thing and see where I took apart the rolls and got the bearings out. I mean, before I started this, I didn't know anything about this crazy thing, so at least I learned something. Maybe you can learn something from it. So, if you got any comments, please comment on the video, or I'll put my email on there too, and you can email me. So, that's all. Thank you for watching, and good luck with your farming endeavors.